So, colleagues, welcome. Good morning. Greetings from the EMA building in Amsterdam to this first HMA EMA multi-stakeholder forum on EudraVigilance and Signal Detection. My name's Peter Arlett. I head the Data Analytics and Methods Task Force at the EMA, and I also co-chair the Network Data Steering Group, under the auspices of which today's meeting is organised. In person, we have representatives from most of the national competent authorities, and online we have experts from across the EU, as well as from different sites around the world. We have over 1,000 people registered. Let's see how many of those 1,000 move from registration to participation today, but obviously very high interest in today's event. I was reflecting when I looked through the programme as to how far we've come, and I also was struck by a paper that we wrote together with Sabine Strauss in 2020, and it was called Pharmacovigilance 2030, and it made 3 predictions for pharmacovigilance in 2030. The first was that individual case safety reports will remain core to pharmacovigilance, but will be better and more efficient and perhaps enhanced through technology, that real-world evidence will play an ever greater role in evidence generation and decision-making, and thirdly, that we will be more effective at risk minimization through engagement of patients and healthcare professionals. I think all of those predictions are correct and will continue to be correct in 2030. There was one huge blind spot, in my view, in terms of our predictions, and I'll leave you to decide during the course of today what that blind spot was, but maybe Julie Durand might have some clues in her presentation. A bit of housekeeping before we get underway. So this meeting is broadcast and is also being recorded. By attending the meeting, we understand that participants consent to that recording broadcasting. For WebEx attendees, you are muted by default, and we kindly ask also people in the room, if you're not speaking, to keep yourself muted. After each individual session, there will be about 20 minutes of Q&As, and that will be hopefully a very rich part of the meeting. To manage that, particularly with so many people on WebEx, we would ask people, we will first take questions in the room, and we will then go to WebEx, and we would ask people to raise their hand. We will try and get to you, but we can't guarantee that we'll be able to take all the raised hands just because of the number of people participating, but we'll do our best. We're also going to use Slido, and at some stage we'll put a QR code up. If you scan it with your mobile phones, there'll be questions. You can pose questions in Slido by liking questions that have already, or points that have already been raised. They go up the kind of leaderboard of Slido, and that will be shared on the screen at certain points to stimulate the discussion. So please do engage in the Slido as well as a way of engagement, particularly for people that might be remote from the meeting. The last thing I wanted to say is we've got a number of breaks during the day. Obviously, that's a nice opportunity for face-to-face networking for those in the room. For those of you who are remote, you might like to remain logged in and just turn your cameras off and ensure that you're still muted, because then it'll save any potential technical problems of re-logging in through WebEx after each coffee break or lunch, etc. So that's the logistics. And with that, it's my great pleasure to introduce Alexis Nolte, who's head of Human Medicines, to give us some opening remarks. Alexi.
Good morning. I feel quite honored to have the opportunity to give some opening remarks to your workshop. I think we always tend to look forward, and I think it's very important to look back a bit. And EudraVigilance was established in 2001, and we are now at over 17 million adverse reactions. It's one of the largest spontaneous reporting systems globally, and it's not only critical as a centralized EU database for patient safety and, of course, risk monitoring, but it's also a testament for the huge collaboration effort across the EU. Safety knows no borders, and I think this database is a testament for it. We continue to improve it. So there's a strong cooperation in the EU network to continuously improve EudraVigilance. There's focus on data quality and compliance reports. And we also marked the 10th anniversary of medical literature monitoring. So this has been going on for 10 years already, and I think has been quite successful. I said safety knows no borders, so it's not only the EU. We have a strong international focus where we aim at aligning standards for EudraVigilance across the globe. So, of course, ICH is critical in that effort. We, maybe as a milestone, we have the first revision of ICH E2D, which is the guideline on post-approval safety. Safety data, which is reaching step 5, so it's very encouraging. And we continue, of course, to update definition standards as we move forward. It's a very important work that this continues. Transparency and access has always been one of the main missions of EMA in everything that we do. So, of course, this is at the heart of EudraVigilance. So we have expanded access for patients, healthcare professionals, and market authorization holders. We make sure it's in full compliance with data protection. It's very dear to us. And we're also implementing the Regulation 520 of 2012 on pharmacovigilance activities, which simplifies market authorization holder monitoring without compromising transparency and access. Of course, data is just data, so there needs to be a process behind that. The process is called signal management. This was established in 2012. So far, PRAC has assessed around 900 signals. Around half of those have resulted in risk minimization measures, demonstrating the relevance of the data we collect, but also the process that we have in place, which is fairly robust. It's also important to stress that data alone is not enough. We rely on market authorization holders with their own data, with your own data, and also your know-how and your own evaluation of the safety of the medicines that you're responsible for to contribute to the signal management process. And then I think Peter alluded to something that will be one of the topics today, which is, now I can say it, maybe artificial intelligence. Yeah. And of course, this is something that is a big buzzword today. If you read science fiction books, you may have predicted it, but it's going to be absolutely key moving forward, given the amount of data that we have. I think as humans, we are limited by our capacity to analyze, and this will unleash more possibilities, and hopefully we'll get more out of the data that we collect. The SAMS working group 14 is working on guidance on AI that will be coming out soon, and there will be updates on this today. So with this, I think we can say that we have achieved a lot already, and is all absolutely critical for the safety of patients, and it will require continued collaboration, transparency, and innovation to keep patients safe across the EU. And on this, I wish you a very successful workshop. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And with that, we move directly on to session 1. It's my great pleasure to introduce Anja van Haren, the EudraVigilance coordinator at the Medicines Evaluation Board in the Netherlands and co-chair of the EudraVigilance expert group. Anja, we've got an hour and 10 minutes to update on EU legislation and guidance and on international standards. So quite a lot to get through. Over to you.
Thank you, Alexis and Peter, for the introductory remarks. And I can only agree with you that with EudraVigilance, we have come very far. And we had some hurdles to take, but it's really good to see how the system developed. In this first session, we have lined up several speakers for you to give you an update on the EU legislation, guidance, and international standards. And you see the Slido code here. So please scan this code to make sure that you will be able to enter your questions and also vote on the questions that you would most like to be answered. In this session, we will do the 3 presentations first, and we have anticipated that we will take some time for questions on all 3 topics at the end of the session. Hoping that everybody has scanned this code now. We also have quite a tight agenda, so I will not waste any valuable time anymore, and would like to introduce the first speaker to you, which is Eleni Savvaidou from the EMA Pharmacovigilance Office, and she will give an update on the implementing regulation 520/2012 and the GVP Module 9. On the agenda is also Georgi Genov, who is the head of pharmacovigilance at the EMA. He will not be presenting today, but he is of course available to also support the Q&As later on. Eleni, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the nice introduction. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining the session today. I will present the amendment to the implementing regulation and its direct impact on the termination of the EudraVigilance Signal Detection pilot by marketing authorization holders. So how MAHs are expected to engage with signal management activities. We will explore what is changing, what remains, and how we can adapt to ensure continued patient safety and regulatory compliance. So in today's agenda, I will walk you through the key changes introduced by the amendment of the implementing regulation 520/2012. We'll have an overview of regulatory updates and a bit of the background, how the dedicated question and answer document published at the EMA website alongside the amendment provides clarity on responsibilities by marketing authorization holders and implications for MAH's expectations and responsibilities. So let's take a brief look at the evolution of regulatory expectations since the implementing regulation in 2012 came into force. MAHs were expected to continuously monitor EudraVigilance and inform EMA NCAs of validated signals. And the agency, along with the European Commission, agreed to a phased implementation of the legal requirements while gaining experience with a new process. So they agreed on a pilot. In the pilot, following the continuous monitoring of EudraVigilance, the MAHs had to inform EMA or NCAs of validated signals via the standalone notification form. The pilot start was in 2010. It involved only MAHs with an active substance including on the pilot list, and I had an obligation to perform the signal detection in EV. The list was a limited number of active substances and combinations. The conclusions of the pilot were shared 1 year after the start through an EMA report and a joint industry position paper. And these assessed the provisions within the implementing regulation and analyzed data collected during the first 12 months of the pilot. So the key findings were that most notifications were poorly documented with a sufficient assessment of evidence from EudraVigilance. Only 8 signals were considered valid, and ultimately 1 was confirmed for evaluation by PRAC. And the findings suggest that a full rollout of marketing authorization holder EudraVigilance signal detection activities would require significant resources within the EU network, delivering limited added value for public health. And coming to 2025, there comes the amendment of the implementing regulation, and with that, the termination of the pilot, where no standalone signal notifications are expected by MAHs to be submitted. So MAHs should use the EudraVigilance data in the signal management process. The requirements established in the updated implementing regulation are applicable to all MAHs with medicinal products authorized in the EEA. With that, a dedicated question and answer document is published on the EMA website to provide support and guidance. And all these changes will be reflected in the GVP 9 update coming in 2026. So in this slide, we see the changes with the implementing regulation. On the left, we see what is deleted, and on the right, the paragraphs that are replaced. So in Article 18, paragraphs 2 and 3 are replaced by the following. Paragraph 2, marketing authorization holders shall monitor the data available in the EudraVigilance database and use it together with data from other available sources. In paragraph 3, the market authorization holders is deleted, and it remains that the national competent authorities and the agencies shall ensure the continuous monitoring of the EudraVigilance database with a frequency proportionate to the identified risks, the potential risks, and the need for additional information. In Article 21, paragraph 2 is deleted. So what is deleted is that where a marketing authorization holder detects a new signal when monitoring the EudraVigilance database, it shall validate it and inform the agency and national competent authorities, meaning the signal notification forms that needed to be submitted. So to support MAHs in adapting to the updated regulatory requirements, EMA has published a dedicated question and answers document to offer practical guidance. Key elements are that all MAHs with the medicinal products shall monitor the data available in the EudraVigilance database and use it as additional source of safety information to support their processes and enhance signals detected through other sources. So MAH is no longer expected to submit the validated signals via the standalone notification forms. Actions triggered by signal assessments should be performed using existing legal framework in the EU as appropriate, taking into account the general obligations of the MAHs to keep their product information up to date throughout the product's life cycle by variation applications, and to present the signal evaluation in the PSURs for the MAHs with obligation to submit PSURs. So MAHs shall monitor the EudraVigilance data in conjunction with other available sources within their established processes and frequency proportionate to the risk safety profile and characteristics of the products. MAHs with EU products authorized in Northern Ireland should monitor EudraVigilance even if they're not authorized in the EEA member state. So this is like more a schematic approach of what is changing. The potential major impact on the risk-benefit balance of the medicinal products on patients or public health, and the potential need for prompt regulatory action and communication to patients and healthcare professional is the emerging safety issues. So this is one regulatory route that can be taken following the validated signals. Standalone notification forms are not expected to be submitted anymore. Then another regulatory route that can be taken is the PSURs and variations. So the signal detection from MAHs are expected from all sources, including EudraVigilance, and the validated signals with the evaluation is also expected to use EudraVigilance database. Following the dedicated question and answer document, we have received questions from market authorization holders indicating a broader need for clarity. The queries were mostly on whether monitoring EudraVigilance would mean on the signal detection phase or use it as additional source to the signal validation or evaluation. So to give a further clarification on the guidance, MAHs should determine at which step in the signal management process EudraVigilance data will be used. MAHs may decide to screen the EudraVigilance database for signal detection purposes as a primary source with an established frequency. The use of EudraVigilance should be proportionate to the safety profile and characteristics of the product and should be integrated and coherent within the MAH's established pharmacovigilance procedure and other sources of information. It is expected that MAHs use EudraVigilance data during the validation and evaluation stages of signal management. So this highlights the importance of aligning our understanding and expectations to better address the changes in the update of the GVP Module 9, which is expected in Q2 2026. Sorry. And with that, I'm coming to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attendance.
Thank you, Eleni. This was a very good presentation. We know this change in the legislation was long awaited, and I'm sure that this initial clarification and the future update of GVP 9 is welcomed by the stakeholders. Thank you. And as mentioned before, we will take questions at the end of the session. So we move on to the next topic, which is an update on the ICH E2B and E2D activities. And for this, we have two EMA colleagues in the lineup. On my left-hand side, both of them, we have Gilles Touray, who you may know as the rapporteur for GVP6, co-chair of the pharmacovigilance business team, but particularly for this topic, also relevant topic lead for EU in the revision of the ICH E2D guideline. The presentation is also supported by Tom Paternoster, an EMA colleague responsible for EudraVigilance data quality, duplicate management, MLM service, a very important task, but he is also EU topic lead in E2B R3. Being the rapporteur for ICH E2D myself, I will kick off the presentation and then hand over to Gilles. The outline of this presentation is quite straightforward. A brief introduction, updates on the two ICH guidelines, and we will discuss the next steps at EU level. Now, the trigger for putting these topics on the agenda for today is really that the ICH E2D guideline has been revised recently. So from now on, we are no longer talking about E2D, but we are talking about E2D R1. Where R1 refers to revision 1. And with this revision, the title of the guideline has also changed a bit and now better reflects what the guideline is about. And the new title is Post-Approval Safety Data, and then Definitions and Standards for Management and Reporting of Individual Case Safety Reports, really the core of our pharmacovigilance process. And this revision is really hot from the press. It was only adopted by the ICH Assembly 1.5 months ago, mid-September, and subsequently adopted by CHMP on the 18th of September. And the date for coming into force in the EU is 6 months later, 18 March 2026. And on this slide, you will find the links to the final documents published on both ICH and EMA website. So let's look a little bit further to what the revision of this E2D guideline is about. First, we go back in history a bit. The original E2D guideline, it was adopted in 2003. So it was really an old guideline which didn't reflect our current sources of safety data anymore. Nowadays, we also have cases from patient support programs, social media, and so on. So the definitions and guidance that was put in E2D, the original document, were no longer sufficient. So in the end of 2019, the ICH Management Committee approved a project to revise the guideline to make it more modern. And this expert working group started working on a draft document that went for public consultation in 2024. And this resulted in about 450 comments that were addressed in the final version that was adopted in September 2025. So this updated guideline, it provides a framework for that reflects our current best practices in a very dynamic environment. You will see that we have tried to make it a bit future-proof. We are not talking about Facebook or Twitter, because in 10 or 20 years' time, these fora may not be valid anymore. Nowadays, we are also no longer talking about hives, for example. The guideline has also been expanded and modernized a bit to better reflect our current practices. And if you read the guideline, you will also see that there are quite some references to local and regional requirements. And this is because the ICH, it is about harmonization, but we also have to respect the legal frameworks that are in place in the different regions. And this guideline cannot go against legislation. So in this slide, you will see the table of contents of the updated guideline. And this is just to show you that the structure of the guideline has remained the same, but there have been many updates in the sections. And also there are some new sections, or particularly for this slide, some new definitions. So just to give you an idea, a flavor of what it's all about. And with that, I hand over to Gilles, because we just want to highlight a few details that are particularly important for also the changes that will come to E2B. And Gilles,
thank you.
The floor is yours.
So good morning, everyone. We will dig a bit more into some important aspects of this revision. We have, first of all, a new definition of on organized data collection systems. We thought it was really important to address this aspect, particularly because one of the objectives of the revision of the guideline was to address the reporting and the management of adverse reactions from patient support program, market research program, and other type of organized data collection systems that are conducted by marketing authorization holders. One important aspect that has been introduced in this guideline is the fact that for organized data collection systems which are conducted without the need of a protocol, now marketing authorization holders will have the obligation to have a documentation in place with the 5 points that are provided in the slides and are detailed in the guideline. There will need to be information on the objective of the organized data collection system activity, the source of the data, the data set that will be used by the MAH to collect or receive and review the information in order to meet the objective of the activities, the method that the MAH will use to review the data set to meet the objectives of the activities, and importantly also the process that the MAH would have in place for the collection and management of AEADRs or other type of observations that may be identified in the context of these programs. So, as I said, we have now a definition on patient support programs and also a definition on what is not patient support programs. And because we know that there are different type of activities that are conducted by marketing authorization holders, and the information that can be received through those activities have different qualities. And they may not be handled in the same way. And there are programs which allow a two-way communication between the marketing authorization holders and the patient or healthcare professional who are participating in these programs. But there are other activities where there is only a one-way communication, but directly between the marketing authorization holders and the patient or healthcare professional, but not the possibility for the MAH to collect information from those programs. So now we define patient support program if they solicit medical information about the patient use of a medicinal product, and or if the design of the program is such that the marketing authorization holders will forcibly receive medical information about the patient use of the medicinal product. So when those two criteria, one of the two criteria at least is not met, the program is not considered as a patient support program. And as such, the adverse reactions that will be received through these programs would have to be considered as spontaneous. So that's what is important in this slide, the fact that there are certain types of activities that will no longer be considered as PSPs, and where ADRs will have to be handled as spontaneous reports. Important aspect on the definition of patient support program. They are considered organized data collection system. They allow the collection of medical information, or the program is designed in such a way that the patient is likely to, or the program marketing authorization holders is likely to receive medical information about the use of the medicinal product by the patient. As I said, the MAH should have documentation in place to describe those programs. Adverse reactions and adverse events should be handled as solicited reports. And we have new values also that will be introduced in ICH-E2B for the reporting of adverse reactions through ICSRs. And this is one of the important new aspects of the revision of the E2D guideline. Together with patient support program, we also have a new definition on market research programs, which is very much aligned with the definition that already existed in GVP6. Again, we consider that patient support programs are organized data collection systems, and that for the setup of those programs, the marketing authorization holders should have a documentation in place as the one that, similarly to the one that will be applicable to all organized data collection systems which do not need a protocol. Adverse event and reaction should be considered as solicited. And for those programs, we will have a new value as well in ICH-E2BR3, which would allow to identify specifically cases coming from those programs. We have a new section in the guideline on digital platform, which replaced the original section on internet. It defines what is meant by a digital platform as a data source, and this is really important to consider that the digital platform can be a source of information for receiving adverse reaction reports. The guideline clarified the responsibility of the marketing authorization holders regarding the digital platform, whether it is owned or not by the marketing authorization holders. We clarify, but that was already the case, that there is no obligation for marketing authorization holders to screen digital platforms that are not owned or managed by the marketing authorization holders. And we have also provided some clarification on the time clock that needs to be considered for the reporting of ICSRs. So importantly, MAH should regularly screen the digital platforms that are under their responsibility. And the guideline also provides some clarification on how cases should be handled depending on the activities which is done by the MAH while using that digital platform. So for digital platforms that are not under the responsibility of the MAH, there is no obligation to screen those digital platforms. But however, if the marketing authorization holders is using those digital platforms in the context of an organized data collection, we have provided additional guidance there where we agreed to support, to limit the scope of the screening of AEADRs in those digital platforms only to the objectives of the organized data collection systems. And here as well, we have new values that will be introduced in E2B in order to be able to retrieve and stratify cases originating from those activities conducted by marketing authorization holders on digital platform. We have a new chapter in E2D guidelines, which it was not originally provided in the guideline that was circulated for public consultation, and that was following comments that we had received from stakeholders and from different regions, where it was highlighted that it will be very important to have an harmonized definition on non-interventional studies, and also harmonized guidance on how cases providing from those type of activities should be handled. So now we have a agreed definition on what is non-interventional studies, which is aligned with the new ICH M14 guideline, and which distinguish the activities depending on the primary use of data or secondary use of data. And again, we provide guidance on the responsibility of MAH on how adverse events or reactions should be handled depending on the activities, and whether the non-interventional studies is based on primary use or secondary use of data.
Thanks, Jill, for highlighting these important changes. So I will move on with the changes in E2B. And Jill already mentioned a couple of times that there would be a new value in for study type where reaction events were observed in the E2D guideline. And this is to allow us to distinguish these cases by their source during our signal detection and signal analysis practices. So these new values are now supported also by definitions in the guideline. And these values were also part of the public consultation of the E2D R1 guideline. There was an explanatory note where these new values were proposed. And so there will be new values for patient support program, market research program, and then a very long one, organized data collection systems, ODCS, with source data from a digital platform. And this last one is, for example, used in situations where a company goes to Facebook or Twitter, takes a data set from there and uses that to investigate a specific issue. So particularly for that situation, we have this last value. So E2B R3 will publish those changes in the form of an information paper first. And the information will be incorporated in an update of the E2B package. But just to give you a quick summary of what it will look like. First of all, there will be an clarification in the data element for type of report C13, where we currently have the value to report from study. And this report from study, as well as the data element study type where reactions events were observed, is used for studies, but as well as for other organized data collection systems. Actually, it's already like it is now, with, if you look at individual patient use, which is strictly also not always a study. So it's just a clarification for that part. In this data element for study type, also there we have the clarification that it's used for studies as well as other ODCS, other solicited sources, and we will have the 3 new values here. I can imagine that some participants are tempted to now put in the Slido, what value should I put in this situation? What should I do in this situation? But be reassured that the practical implementation of the E2D guideline and the use of the new values is supported by training material. And this training material is under development right now. We are in the phase of finalizing it. And it will explain the new concepts that are used in E2DR1. And it will have, I think, 20 examples, coding examples on how to use the new values in different scenarios. And we expect this material to be published soon. So please keep an eye on the ICH website for this. We hope that it will be very useful to you. We move on to the update on E2B-R3. As I mentioned, keep an eye on the information that E2B will be published to align the ICSR message with the E2D guideline. The information paper, it will look a bit like the explanatory note that was part of the Step 2 public consultation, but there will be more guidance in there. And for example, it will explain that the new E2B value should be used prospectively. So you are not expected to amend all your cases that you have submitted to EudraVigilance in the past. Some other E2B-R3 news. For those of you who have looked at the E2B website section on the ICH, you may have noticed that there were some updates in July 2025, and this is just to reassure you that these do not impact the EU implementation of E2B-R3. If you look at the implementation guide, version 5.03, it just contains some editorial corrections and some updates based on existing Q&As. There's an updated ICH code list 25, but this is actually a nice harmonization effort because it's now in line with what we already have in the EU. And there were some more typos and corrections. Also, if you go to the ICH training library, there is some training material published there, module 2, and it doesn't impact our implementation, but it could be helpful for first-time implementers of the E2B-R3 standard. Let's go to the next steps at EU level. Gilles, your turn again.
So next step at EU level, we need to implement the new E2D guidelines and the new definition and requirements. And also we thought that that will give us the opportunity to initiate a revision of GVP6. The last revision was in 2017. And we have, with this new E2D R1 released, lots of information that we need to integrate in GVP6. So we will start working with the PRAC and the pharmacovigilance business team, and also maybe consult the pharmacovigilance inspection working group, and work throughout 2026 with drafting a revised document with the aim to go into public consultation by the end of 2026. And here I've put in bracket provisional because we never know what can happen. But as you know, E2D R1 has been adopted by the CHMP in September, on 18th of September of this year. And we have 6 months for this guideline to come into force. And so the guideline will be applicable from the 18th of March 2026. And there are important aspects that and guidance that we need to provide by that time, particularly since, as I mentioned in the presentation, we will require documentation to be in place for organized data collection system. And we will also have new definition on patient support programs, where certain programs will no longer be considered as PSPs. So all that will have impact for marketing authorization holders for their program, which are ongoing, or for new programs that will be initiated. And therefore, we need to have some guidance in place and also a transition period considered for marketing authorization holders, So all that at the moment is under discussion with the pharmacovigilance business team and the PRAC, and we will come back to you to marketing authorization holders before, obviously, the 18th of March. But be reassured that I don't think we will ask for the implementation of the required documentation immediately on the 18th of March. And also we need to consider the implementation of the new value that are be proposed in the study type data element for patient support program, market research program, and organized data collection system based on digital platform. For that as well, we are consulting stakeholders, national competent authorities, and marketing authorization holders to have an idea on how long they will need to update their systems with those new value. And we will take also the advantage of this update of E2B to implement a new regional data element also in E2B and update as well some code list for some data elements. So all that we will consult the national competent authorities and the marketing authorization holders to know how long those change, how long would be needed to move to those changes in E2B.
Yeah, just to close this presentation, it was already noticed in the introductory remarks that the pharmacovigilance landscape is evolving rapidly, and we need to take into account new technologies, new data sources, also for ICSR processing. So the revision of the E2D guideline is a good step forward to adapt the guidance to our current practices. And yeah, just to make everybody aware that also with the change in E2B, we are preparing for a future to better use these new data sources. Thank you for your attention. It's a bit weird because I'm also the session chair and I now need to close this presentation. I just wanted to thank my EMA colleagues for their support in the E2B and E2D activities and for preparing this presentation. We will move on to the last topic in this session, which is about the adverse drug reaction data quality framework. It's presented by Tom, and I've already introduced Tom as the very important guy who is dealing with MLM, duplicate management, and also data quality. Thanks, Tom. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Anya, for those very kind words. So yes, I shall talk about the ADR data quality framework, which is going to be coming quite soon. So I'll cover the background, the status, challenges and dimensions. The recommendations I won't be presenting today in detail. They're in the slides at the back after the presentation, but there's no time for that. And then I'll go to a conclusion and next steps. So the EU Data Quality Framework, it was developed under the BDSG, the Big Data Steering Group, which is now the Network Data Steering Group, and a recommendation from the Methodology Working Party of the CHMP. And this, the overall data quality framework was adopted in October 2023 following public consultation. The DQF describes concepts and metrics applicable to all data sources used in medicine regulation across the regulatory network. And it defines terminology around data quality, providing regulators with a framework to measure and describe the data quality of a given data source. So you could have such elements as the data quality aspects of a life cycle, what are known as foundational determinants, which is a structured approach to data quality from the perspective of generation of data and its processes. You can look at the data, so that's in this diagram here would be the bottom layer. Then you can look at a data set and its characteristics with a set of metrics and dimensions to measure and assess what are known as intrinsic determinants. And that's the middle layer. And then you can look at it from a perspective of use. So for example, a safety concern that needs further investigation. How well does the data cover that and allow us to answer the questions that we need to answer? These are known as question-specific determinants. And these are all in the main data quality framework. These are very high level because you can apply it to all areas. Next slide, please. Thank you. So here's an example of how you might do it. It gives some images showing the ways it could be measured. For example, up the top left, the determinants. So that's what I just showed, the question-specific, intrinsic and foundational. You could measure it through data workflows. That's the bottom left, seeing at each stage where the gaps are and what the core problems are. You can measure through dimensions and metrics, top right. So you have little spider graphs which can show in different areas which data set is the most suitable. And then there's maturity models down at the bottom right, which can also be used for measuring. And the intention is that it allows a rounded assessment of the data or the database or the system as a whole being assessed in the most context-specific manner. Now, after the main presentation, after the main data quality framework, we're taking deep dives. So applications, specific use cases, which are planned to be developed, which are in development right now, in fact. And we're applying the concepts described specifically to medicine regulation domains. So we're quite well advanced in our real world data chapter. We're close to publication for consultation in the ADR data chapter, and we're starting one on medicinal product information as well. And these, as I mentioned, they're describing metrics, data quality and maturity models that characterize the data quality specifically applied to the given domain. The intention is to aid in the identification of any potential gaps in data quality assessments and then address them. So users will be able to take this, apply it to their own database, and then improve the database and the process and the system as a whole. And as I say, we're drafting a dedicated guideline with a separate chapter for each medicines regulation domain. So for the application to ADR data, the EMRN organised a multi-stakeholder workshop to obtain input from all stakeholders involved in ADR reporting. We had multinational MAHs, SMEs and generic MAHs. We had commercial sponsors, non-commercial sponsors, investigators, ethics committees, NCAs in PV, NCAs from clinical trials side, pharmacovigilance inspectors, and also veterinary MAHs and NCAs, and large and small veterinary MAHs as well. So we've tried to be as broad as possible and cover all domains of ADR reporting. The aim of the workshop was to bring together the experts in the field, build on their extensive experience and knowledge relating to ADR data quality in order to familiarise some key stakeholders with the published data quality framework, to collect input from experts in the field and learn from existing experiences, discuss important challenges related to measuring, characterising and improving data quality in the context of ADRs, and also to identify the key topics which should be covered in the DQF ADR chapter. We didn't want it just to be a EudraVigilance perspective and an EMA perspective. We needed to hear a plurality of voices, understand the challenges which everyone faces. We all have different challenges and different inputs and outputs, and we needed to really get a broad picture, which we did. And next slide, please. Thank you. So the status of chapter. Well, we've had the multi-stakeholder workshop. We also, following the workshop, had one-to-one interviews with many of the stakeholders who participate as well to really get a deep dive into that. We've gone through a drafting process of a few iterations of drafting. And after that, we consulted with regulatory stakeholders regarding the recommendations. So we consulted with stakeholders internally and through the pharmacovigilance business team to get feedback and get additional recommendations. Also, not just pharmacovigilance business team, inspectors working group, the CT safety subgroup as well, to really get, and I believe the PRAC too, if memory serves, to get a good broad series of voices to refine and add to the recommendations. We're currently in the stage of preparing the draft for publication, and we were in part waiting for the finalisation of E2D so that we could ensure that we aligned our recommendations with it. But DQF wouldn't be replacing or attempting to supersede E2D. It's very much subsidiary to ICH, and we want to ensure that we are aligned with ICH and also to ensure there's no gaps in it. So we're close to finalising that, and we'll be launching for public consultation in November or December this year, and it'll be out for 3 months. Following the public consultation, we'll then go to prac consultation. And those few words can carry many months of work, depending on how many comments we receive. Those who remember the last development of GVP Module 6 and the thousands upon thousands of comments we received, I'm hoping it won't be quite as busy as that. I've already lost most of my hair. Then following prac consultation and approval, we'll go for approval by the network NDSG, and then we'll finally publish. So I've got one slide describing the challenges and dimensions. Thank you. So the challenges in ADR reporting following the workshop and the interviews, they've been organised by data quality dimensions. So these are intentionally high level. It's not going into fine detail. It's intended to look at the issues surrounding ADR reporting at each stage and then group them together and categorize them under various different challenges, specifically reliability, extensiveness, coherence, timeliness, and relevance. And then under that, recommendations are made regarding specific areas. So for reliability, accuracy, precision, traceability, extensiveness, coverage, so they're underreporting, completeness is a missing information, insufficient follow-up, and so on, as you can see here. So it really does go into the challenges in quite a bit of detail, and we'll be hopefully getting more detail and more precise sub-recommendations when we go to public consultation. So DQF has drafted a number of relevant high-level recommendations, and they are definitely relevant, but they're also quite high-level. Regulatory stakeholders have proposed detailed sub-recommendations, and at the public consultation, all other stakeholders are invited to propose further either high-level recommendations or very detailed sub-recommendations, which we can include as well. The next steps are the public consultation, prac consultation, approval by NDSG, and finally publication sometime in 2026. Hopefully quite early if I don't get too much feedback. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Tom, for giving us this update on where you are with the data quality framework for ADRs. It promises to be a very useful document for all stakeholders to check their ADR processes against the recommendations in the document. If I look at the 3 presentations that we had, we are talking about legislation, guidance, international standards. We only have 2 pieces that were fixed, that were finalized, which is the implementing regulation and E2DR1. But it gives us a flow of other guidance and things that need to be updated. So look out for an update of GVP 9, GVP 6, training material for E2DR1, updates to E2BR3. And on top of that, there will also be the public consultation on the ADR data quality framework. So there is a lot to look forward to. With these 3 presentations, we have now reached the Q&A session, and there are some housekeeping rules here. We will take the questions in order, or first we take questions from the room, then we will take some questions from the people who are joining via WebEx. It's a first come, first served basis. After you have been unmuted, you will be able to speak and ask a question. Yeah, we have some time constraints. We will not be able to address all questions. Also, For the people who ask a question, we would like to ask you to not be too specific about your company or a situation that's very particular just for you, but please try to put questions forward that are relevant for a broader audience. And lastly, we'll take questions that are selected from Slido, and we already see a lot of questions here, and please vote for the ones that you would like to see answered. I think we have about 27 minutes before we reach the coffee break, so I'm positive that we can address quite a few some questions. If you're okay, I would like to open the floor first for the people who are here in the room. And if you have a question, please, also state your name and affiliation. That's always very useful. So we will go take the first question then from somebody who is joining remote. Is Ebeling.
Thanks so much for the presentation. I have basically a question regarding the implementation regulation, and that is, I understand that signal notification is terminated, but coming back to the use of EudraVigilance, is it meant that have the possibility to decide as MAH to look at EudraVigilance only if you have validated signal from sources outside EudraVigilance? Is that a correct interpretation?
Thank you for your question, and I'm looking at my right side to Eleni and Georgi to answer.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you for the question. We try to remain flexible on the part where the MH, depending on the process they have established and their own systems, may decide to screen the database for signal detection purposes as a primary source with an established frequency. But we expect that the MHs will use the EudraVigilance data during the validation and evaluation stages of the signal management, and is also expected to be used during the PRAC evaluation and assessments. Thank you.
Thank you, Eleni, for this answer. Okay, let's go to the other hand raiser, which is Tony.
Yeah, hi everyone. Again, thank you for the presentations. These were very informative. So coming back to what the previous speaker said about the PRAC evaluation and assessment and the use of EudraVigilance, does this mean that we should no longer expect for the PRAC assessors to come back, for example, in the context of a PSUR assessment procedure? We should always include the EudraVigilance data when we provide responses with regards to safety issues that may have been raised.
Thank you for the question, and I'm looking at my right side again.
Yeah, I think I'll give it a go, and then Eleni can complement. So I understood the question is, should EudraVigilance data be used to address questions that arise in the context of the PSUR evaluation? And I think that's what Eleni highlighted, that for independent of the procedure, signal management procedure, or a PSUR evaluation, any questions from coming from the PRAC should consider including EudraVigilance data if that adds to the data sources you're using to populate and further enhance the assessment of or reply to questions from the PRAC.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we no longer should expect to be prompted to look at it, but rather should always consider it.
Thank you. Then we will move to Dr. Mohammed Ali Kotal.
Thank you. So I had a question on signal detection. On slide number 6, there were 4 pathways for communication, which was the standalone signal notification, variation submission, ESI, and the PSUR. For signal communication to the PRAC. And I'm bringing the perspective of a generic market authorization holder here. The signals detected by us many times are externally implemented by other health authorities already and implemented in the labels. In such a case, Many a times filing a type 1 variation is not possible because the comparable originators have not updated in the EU. So would the PSUR be the right channel of communication to the EMA in this case? Because it may not classify for the ESI and a type 1 would not be possible.
Yes, thank you. These are the regulatory routes that are provided. So PSUR is also an option. Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that we go to the next.
I'm Dr. Vaibhavi. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will.
Okay.
Go
First
ahead.
of all, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation so far. It's very informative. My question is, if we receive any potential signal which is identified from another source and EudraVigilance data doesn't support it in terms of validation, what will be the advice, what MAH supposed to be proceed in that sense? I would like to know.
Thank you for the question. There is no change in the signal management process per se. So whatever you have been doing as a signal detection and signal validation stages, it still remains. So if a signal is not validated, then is refuted. And this needs to be documented, but there's no change in the process per se on the steps of the signal management.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Maybe to add that if another source indicates a signal that you validate, you proceed with the next steps. That's independent of EudraVigilance data, doesn't necessarily contribute to that validation. But if another data source in your processes would lead to validating this signal, you proceed with the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question and for answering. We will take a question from the room first now. I see a hand raised. Please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I'm Evelyne Piron from the French National Agency. Thank you very much for this informative session. But I have a practical remark. We have a first release of a Q&A regarding the implementing regulation, and I would like to know if you have already planned to update on a regularly basis with the question this Q&A. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Following the clarifying questions that we received, we will update the Q&A with what I have presented to you on the clarification of the guidance. And of course, everything will be embedded in the GVP update. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. That was very relevant to know that we also need to look out for updates for that document. I'm checking at my colleague. No, we will move then to the Slido questions. And I'm looking at my right-hand side because there are a lot of questions, as we have noticed, on signal detection, signal management. And the first question is, and I think it has been addressed already, but a yes or no would be nice. If I understood well, it is an obligation for MAHs to use EudraVigilance data for signal validation, but it is optional to use EV data for signal detection, right?
Yeah, as answered in the previous question, depending also on the systems of the MAH in place and the characteristics of the product. But yes, depends on it's up to the MAH to decide whether to use it for screening, for detection.
Yeah.
And Georgi would like to complement.
Just to say, all this orientation that we give, it's a relative flexibility. It goes without saying that you need to clearly document that in your process. Which for which products, with what periodicity you would monitor, if you would use EudraVigilance data, if not, which other sources you're using to monitor the safety of your product. So that should be all reasoned and documented in your procedures. But there is, as you can hear, you have access to a wealth of information, an additional source that you can use according to your own needs, acknowledging that companies are different, that products are different, but you need to well document and reason that in your processes. Over.
Thank you for bringing these nuances to the answer. It's not a yes or no. Another question that people really favored was, is it still an obligation for MAHs to monitor EVDAS at least every 6 months?
So the GVP9 is still need to be updated, and we acknowledge the gap between the publication of the implementing regulation and the GVP update. So MHs are advised to make the changes to the processes in line with the proposed revisions and to document, as Georgi earlier mentioned, these adaptations for any audit purposes. And the frequency needs again to be established depending on the safety profile and the characteristics of the product. Thank you. Georgi would like.
Thanks, Eleni. Just to complement, the points to consider that are in GVP still apply for you to rationalize the approach you take for a specific product. So you have there, time since authorization, extent of the exposure, any potential risk documented in the RMP, PSUR submission frequencies, how many ICSRs you are receiving for a specific product. So all these principles still apply. At European level, let's say at EMA, we have, we're going to give you an example, additional products under additional monitoring, more new products we would monitor on a monthly basis, and more established products we would monitor every 3 months. Overall, we would say at least on a monthly, we would recommend, and that certainly applies for the network, at least on a 6 monthly basis, a product should be monitored. Now, of course, when I give you an extreme example, when the pandemic came, we wouldn't monitor on a monthly basis COVID-19 vaccines. We would monitor on almost every day basis. So it really depends on the circumstances. But again, that you need to consider all these points and document clearly. And currently, there is no set time frame for periodicity, but you need to consider all those elements and document it. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgi, and also for sharing a bit of the EMA practices. I think that's always very valuable for stakeholders to hear what EMA is doing. Another question, also for you, I'm sorry. Is it appropriate to analyze EVDAS data during further assessment of signal that have already been validated from other sources, and to consult EVDAS data during the validation phase only when considered necessary?
Yeah, this is similar to the previous questions on the detection and validation. We have already responded.
I think it was already answered. Yeah. Oh, there's a question. I think the last one that we will put to you, and then we will move to the other E2D and E2B and data quality questions. Shall the MAH use EudraVigilance as a fixed source data for signal detection of all products, or can use it for a selection of products, selecting using a risk-based approach?
It is about how the substance is placed on the market regarding the indications, rate of administrations, And what is the added value of monitoring EudraVigilance based on that, and how EudraVigilance can have extra value versus the market authorization holder database. So again, consider the exposure, the safety profile, and other sources the MH may be monitoring.
Yeah. Thank you for that, and thank you for trying to address all these questions. There's a lot of interest in this topic. We will take the last few more minutes before we break for coffee to go to some other questions that were put to us via Slido. And the first one, and I'm already looking at Tom, could you comment more on the strategies to address case duplication and case replication?
Yes. Well, we already have duplicate detection systems, of course, and all stakeholders should have their own duplicate detection systems. And I mean, case replication is a big problem for those who don't know the difference. Case replication is kind of where cases are shared around amongst MAHs and reported multiple times to us, which is quite a problem. We've been in discussion with industry stakeholders and with regulatory partners in the Commission to try to identify ways to prevent replication. I mean, a lot of it is down to, I say, well, not so much ill-conceived as fairly old-fashioned data interchange agreements, which don't take into account the fact of, for example, EudraVigilance allowing you to access all the data. So we'll have MAHs getting all of their potential cases from EV, sharing it with other MAHs who send it back to us for no good reason. Things like that. A lot of issues with replication are down to MAHs not having updated their interchange agreements in the last 8 years. So a lot of it, whilst we feel your pain, we also suffer it. And I'm seeing lots of people nodding in this room where it's a room full of regulators. And a lot of it is down to you and your lawyers. So if you're an MAH and you've got a data interchange agreement with other people and it's causing your people lots of work, talk to your lawyers. The other MAHs, the other people you've got an agreement with are suffering. They'd like to save money. They'd like to save time as well. You can sort it out and fix that. We are doing what we can from a regulatory perspective. I can't say any more than that, but we appreciate the position that you're in, and I hope you appreciate the position we're in, and we're all trying to work together. Over.
Yeah. Thank you, Tom, for this answer. Gilles, the next question I will give to you. In the context of E2DR1 and the definition of primary versus secondary data, do you foresee any different interpretations between EMA and the FDA? I have a good idea where this question is coming from. Gilles, can you please take this one?
Yeah, we are aware that there may be some different interpretation between primary use and secondary use of data, and whether that applies to prospective non-interventional studies or to retrospective studies. There may be some regions where, for example, in the FDA, but the prospective study based on the primary use of data could be fall under the definition of secondary use, depending on what activity is done and what the data is looked at. Yeah, it's unfortunate, and we, as you know, E2DR1 guidelines is harmonized to the extent possible of the current legal requirements in each region, and there may be some divergence, but this is something that we became aware very soon at the end of the process of the drafting of the finalization of the guideline. And we will try to provide better guidance and information on that. But at EU level, we are clear in GVP6 that prospective data collected in the frame of a prospective study should be considered as primary use of data, and therefore ADR coming from those studies should be handled as solicited with an appropriate causality assessment and ADR submitted to EudraVigilance.
Yeah, thank you, Jill. I have 1 more minute. I can do one question that I know for sure is an easy one. That's the one for new values that will become available in E2B R3. No retrospective update is necessary, only going forward. It's necessary. Yeah, here, the question was gone. It's expected to update the report type, correct? Yes, that's correct. If you do a follow-up, you will need to use the new values. So with a simple answer to this question, I think we can close the first session of today. I would like to thank everybody for the participation, the speakers for the presentations. Then we will continue with a very interesting session on signal management. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone, and welcome to this session on signal management. My name is Liana Martirosyan, and I'm going to chair this session. During this session, we have an exciting lineup of 2 presentations in this 1-hour session covering signal management from industry and regulatory or NCA perspective. For each presentation, we have 20 minutes, followed by 20 minutes for questions following those 2 presentations. And feel free to post your questions in the Slido so we can take them at the end of the session. And you can also vote for the questions asked by others in Slido. And before introducing our speakers, I would like to give the floor to Paolo for some housekeeping announcements.
Thank you, Liana. Just a very quick reminder about the Q&A session that we will have after the presentation. So what I would like to remind is that we are going to clear the question that have been sent in the previous session. So now we start with a blank sheet, and then please be specific for your question for the session that we are having now. And please note that unfortunately, due to time constraint, we will not be able to assess all the question. So we will try to do the question in. So we will first address the question in the room, then we will go to the question that we are going to receive via WebEx, where everybody can raise the hand. Then Liana will give the floor to the person, and the person needed to unmute himself or herself before speaking. So we cannot unmute you. So we had some problem in the previous session. And lastly, also we have a Slido Q&A open for everybody, also the colleagues that are on the broadcast. So we have the Slido QR code available, and use that and feel free to put all the questions that you want to ask. And you will be able also to upvote the questions that are also interesting for you. And Liana will also select questions that are more relevant. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Paolo, for these important announcements. And our first presentation during this session will be given by 3 industry colleagues, and I would like to introduce them. Rafael van Emeren, Jelena Zanetic, and Amit Kubavat. So I will start with Rafael, who is EU QPPV for Amgen since 2019. He's an industrial pharmacist with over 20 years of pharmacovigilance experience. He is also an active member of the FPA Pharmacovigilance Expert Group. And since 2021, he has also been one of the FPA representatives in the EudraVigilance Expert Working Group. Elena Zanetic is Signal Process Group Leader at Teva Pharmaceutical Industries, where she leads international safety surveillance teams and has implemented computerized signal management systems. And finally, Amit Kubavat is the Director of Patient Safety at Sandoz International, Germany, and represents Medicines for Europe in regulatory and scientific discussions. He serves as the global lead for signal management processes at Sandoz and is qualified safety physician with over 13 years of pharma industry experience in pharmacovigilance and drug development. Rafael, Yelena, and Amit, very welcome. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Liana, will somebody from the EMA present our slides, or are we supposed to present them from our side?
We will do that. Just indicate next slide and we'll do that.
Well, thank you very much. And thanks, Liana, for the introduction. And good morning to everybody here in the webinar, and welcome back from the coffee break. The presentation that I will start, as mentioned by Liana, it's a collaboration between Elena Zanetic and Amit Kubavat, who are both representing Medicines for Europe, and myself, and I'm representing FBA. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. Regulatory background that we, at least kind of Helena, Amit and myself, felt that it's relevant for the way that several companies in the industry are organizing their signal management activities. And Yelena and Amit will more specifically present some of the more practical approaches on how these activities can look like from industry perspective. What we can see on the slide are some details that were already presented by our EMA colleague in a previous session, but I've tried to highlight here the most relevant changes from industry perspective. Before we really kind of have a deeper look at the changes of the implementing regulation 25/46/6, which was published in July of this year, it is indeed worth to know that, well, since 2018, industry was already participating in the so-called EVDAS pilot phase, where marketing authorization holders were expected, at least as part of, at least for some of their products, to perform signal detection in EudraVigilance. Now, with the updates of the implementing regulation, it was confirmed that this pilot had come to an end, and hence there was no need anymore for any signal detection, any standalone signal notification as part of these signal detection activities in EVDAS. But, and now we come to Article 18 of the implementing regulation. With this update from Article 18, it mentions in the same context that marketing authorization holders indeed need to monitor and use, and apparently there has been a lot of debate on what that means, monitor and use, but they have to monitor and use EV data alongside with other sources. And from our perspective, that really kind of represents a clear shift from routine monitoring of EudraVigilance to a more kind of an integration of the use of EudraVigilance data into the established signal management processes for marketing authorization holders. Now, we can see as well here a couple of, let's say, highlights on timelines, references to timelines. So while the updated implementing regulation was published in July of this year, it is worth to point out that industry was expected, not only industry, it's pretty much any stakeholders that has to follow this implementation. But anyway, industry was expected to implement already by mid-August of 2025 the relevant changes on EV monitoring and on signal management. And as is also clarified by our EMA colleague in one of the previous sessions, we can expect, of course, more of these changes to be reflected in the upcoming update of GVP Module 9 in the recent future. Next slide, please. And getting the regulation, the EMA provided as well a practical Q&A, and we have learned this morning even that we can expect also some further revisions and updates on that. But anyway, this Q&A was then also published over the summer, and then even clarified a little bit further and as clarified further today by EMA colleague, this Q&A referred that the signal management activities carried out by the market authorization holder should follow, and this is what the part I have tried to highlight here on the screen, should follow a concept of risk proportionality. And it's exactly that concept of risk proportionality that we want to highlight a little bit further from industry perspective in the coming slides. Next slide, please. Thanks. Apply a tier-based approach on where products, for example, are grouped in categories, and maybe it is based on their safety profile, and where each tier could get a different frequency assigned when it comes to the intensity of signal detection activities. And this approach, for example, could help to focus resources on higher risk products, which might then help to ensure a timely identification of safety concerns. And it's exactly also this theme that we want to emphasize, where we see some alignment with regulatory expectations for a risk-based pharmacovigilance. All of this is, of course, designed to have a more efficient signal management practice in place. And here I hand over the next part of the presentation to Helena for some more practical insights regarding tier-based signal management. Over to you, Helena.
Thank you, Rafael. Can we move to the next slide? Tier-based signal management. Let's look how this approach can be used to optimize signal detection across different stages of the product life cycle. This diagram presents a conceptual model of tier-based signal management. The disclaimer, this is not a regulatory standard, but rather an example of how companies can tailor their signal detection process to the unique characteristics of the products in their portfolio. What is the main idea? Is the customization across product lifecycle. For example, a newly launched product, perhaps a first-in-class molecule, will require closer and more frequent monitoring than a mature generic product with well-established safety profile. This approach allows companies to focus their efforts where they're needed the most. Of course, since companies have different portfolios, the number of tiers and the frequency will vary and varies across industry. This flexibility allows EMA holders to build signal detection that is fit for purpose, that is scalable and aligned with the idea of risk-based signal management. And this is how we move from one-size-fits-all model to a more tailored approach to signal management. Now, how we decide which product goes in which tier. In the slide, there are presented a set of illustrative examples, criteria that can help guide the tier assignment. These are not exhaustive, for sure not prescriptive, but present a kind of factors that EMA holders commonly take into account. For example, time on the market is one very often used criteria, since new products carry a certain uncertainty and requires closer monitoring than products which are longer on the market. Other criteria can be also taken into account. For example, if the product is on additional monitoring list by the health authorities, this may require to place this product into a higher tier. Products that have additional risk minimization measures or post-authorization safety studies require closer monitoring as well. Also possible to consider a PCR frequency as an indicator of maturity and safety profile of the product. Criteria can be also taken into account, such as the outcomes of the signal detection. For example, the number of validated signals for the product. Some statistical considerations, such as volume of cases, can be also one of the criteria. For example, if the product has very low volume of cases, it may be justifiable to prolong the frequency of monitoring to reach the statistical significance. And at the end, nature of the product itself, its pharmacology, its mechanism of actions, the known classified risk, and complexity of the therapeutic area can also influence the tier assignment. Note, the factors are often used in combination. and furthermore, criteria will possibly vary across industry depending on their portfolio and, of course, the company's internal procedures. But the principle is usually similar. Use data-driven, risk-proportionate logic criteria that will define the tier assignment and then lead the signal detection effort. A based approach can go beyond just how frequently do we monitor. It can also influence how we monitor, which thresholds do we apply, which sources do we use. For higher tier products, we might apply lower thresholds to increase sensitivity and ensure early detection of potential signals. In contrast, for lower tier products, we can apply higher thresholds to reduce the noise and increase the precision. This approach we also extended to the sources that we use. For example, a product in a higher tier might be monitored not only through internal databases, but also through external sources such as EVIDAS, FHIRS, or Vigibase. It's also possible to apply different statistical methods in parallel for higher tier products, and so on. The key takeaway is that tiering enables a customized and risk-proportionate signal detection strategy that can adapt not only in frequency, but also in intensity. And with this, we will move to the next slide, where my colleague Amit will present how EVIDAS data is used in the signal process.
Thank you, Yelena. And here I would like to share some experience with the usage of EVIDAS data in the industry. And EVIDAS, along with ERMRs, have been an important signal detection tool. It provided access to largest pharmacovigilance database to marketing authorization holders, to EMA and national competent authorities. And of course, the new regulation that we just talked about before, the EVIDAS will continue to be leveraged by EMA and NCS, and MAHs use EudraVigilance data along with other sources and to validate and evaluate the signals. To talk a little bit more about experience with the EVIDAS usage, it is a vast data set, and it's also a complex data set, so it requires a pragmatic approach to handle and review the data with some resource prioritization. Also, some operational complexity regarding the presence of duplicates needs a bit of a considerations to efficiently review the data. Of course, there are line listings available to do the signal detection review activities, and further details can be referred in the cases which are available to do the thorough signal assessment. And the cases which are available for review, they are there in the XML format. So we have experienced that it can be made readable via using the EV web portal, or sometimes there are XML viewers which are available, which can also be used to make the ICSR or the cases readable. Also, in our experience, that there are some collaborative efforts needed for case reports quality to be improved in terms of completeness and accuracy. So this is a bit of a quick overview of experience with EVIDAS data usage, but it is a robust and vast data source, and we are having this theme of risk-based monitoring. So in the next slide, if we can move forward. Yeah. Again, and coming back to the theme of risk-based approach to transform any challenges or complexity to a strategic advantage for doing signal detection activities, signal validation and signal evaluation as well, that we can use a proportionate approach, also using some flexibility and a prioritization that is driven by data, that can be useful for risk-based signal management activities, and this will give us a benefit in terms of improved efficiency, driving a fit-for-purpose signal management model, and it can be adapted to different product types. So the product may be a generic or biosimilar or an innovative, and a different kind of strategies may be employed, keeping in mind this risk-based signal management approach. So in the next slide, Yes, thank you. Sharing the perspective from across the industry, from different marketing authorization holders, that while the regulatory expectations and compliance obligations are consistent for all the marketing authorization holders, but different MAHs can leverage specific strategies, keeping in mind the resource and capability differences among the different MAHs. To talk a little bit about generic and biosimilar marketing authorization holders, they can leverage strategies such as reference product monitoring by using systematic surveillance of innovator label updates or regulatory actions. Also, to follow collaborative approaches in terms of industry consortium participation or using shared surveillance platforms, and to do targeted monitoring, which are specific for formulations or even for biological molecules. Some product specific monitoring will be more efficient and will give a strategic leverage for generic and biosimilar MAHs. And with that, I will invite again Rafael to speak about innovator MAH strategies.
Yeah, thanks, Amit. So indeed, from an innovator's perspective, we have, of course, certain elements at our disposal where we can take advantage of, such as proprietary data access and the fact that we often have the possibility maybe to tap into both development and post-marketing data. And even at the time, as a kind of pointed out by the third bullet point, even at the time of filing innovative products, we sometimes have also the possibility to engage with regulatory authorities, which could then also provide us some further insights on, for example, manage a little bit, let's say, or fine-tune a little bit more our signal detection strategies for a specific product. So overall, we hope, Jelena, Amit, and myself, we hope that kind of we shared some ideas how industry is managing signal management. This is, as also Jelena pointed out very clearly, this is not that a copy-paste that everybody should follow what are we presenting over here. We just want to kind of give a bit of a flavor and provide some background on how industry is performing, even these days already, signal management activities. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rafael, Jelena, and Amit, for this very insightful talk. I think the criteria for tire assignment, especially careful consideration of various factors that define the intensity of monitoring, is a very practical example how the guidance on risk proportionate approach may be implemented by industry, and also the presented ideas for strategic approaches for generic versus innovator MAHs were also very inspiring. I'm sure we will have some interesting questions later. Let's now hear from Bianca on best practices for signal evaluation process. Bianca Mulder is a Prague alternate member from the Netherlands. Bianca is a pharmacist with a PhD degree in pharmacoepidemiology. Following a brief pharmacovigilance experience at industry, she moved to Dutch Medicines Evaluation Board in 2016. And she has been Prague alternate member since 2023. So Bianca, the floor is open for you.
Yes, thank you, Liana, and also thank you, EMA colleagues, for the invitation to speak here. Very interesting to hear the previous speakers on the industry perspective, but in this presentation, I will provide the NCA perspective on the best practice for signal assessment. Within my presentation, I will talk you through the different steps we have in the signal management process and how we arrange it at the NCA side and within Prague. So the signal management process, as you might all know, include the following activities. It starts with the signal detection, then the signal validation, signal confirmation, analysis and prioritization, the assessment of the data, and then a recommendation for action. the signal can be detected from different sources. The reason why we're all here is EudraVigilance, of course, but also signals can be detected from scientific literature or other communications. And if a potential signal is detected, and the signal detection process has been arranged within the EU, has been described in the implementing regulation, which we heard our speakers of this morning about the recent changes. However, for the NCA and the agency, the general requirements are still the same. It is described as the agency and national competent authorities shall cooperate in the monitoring of the data available in the EudraVigilance database. And how is that arranged? Well, the EMA takes the lead for monitoring of EudraVigilance and signal detection and validation for centrally authorized procedures, while the NCAs take the lead for the monitoring of EudraVigilance for the nationally authorized procedures. And for the national authorized procedures, there's a work sharing list for signal management on which the active substances are divided amongst the NCAs, which is published on the EMA websites. So after a signal is detected, it needs to undergo a signal validation step. And signal validation means the process of evaluating the data, supporting the detected signal in order to verify that the available documentation contains sufficient evidence demonstrating the existence of a new potentially causal association or a new aspect of a known association, and therefore justifies further analysis of the signal. So if an NCA or the EMA validate a signal, it will be entered into EPID. And EPID is our European Pharmacovigilance Issues Tracking Tool. And when a signal is added into EPID, it will either be confirmed or unconfirmed. And this will be done by the PROC rapporteur if the signal is for a centrally authorized procedure, or if by the lead member state if it's a nationally authorized procedure. And this confirmation phase should be performed within a 30 days deadline. So after the 30 days, either the signal is confirmed or unconfirmed, but let's say for this presentation it is confirmed. It will undergo the analysis and prioritization step. Any confirmed signal shall be transmitted to the Pharmacovigilance Risk Assessment Committee for the initial analysis and prioritization of signals. And already within this step, there will be a PROC recommendation. So there are three main categories of PROC recommendations. The first one, there's no specific action, and routine pharmacovigilance activities will be sufficient. There is a need for additional information, and here on with these recommendations, the marketing authorizations holders will be involved, or there's a need for regulatory actions, and also marketing authorization holders are involved within following this recommendation, which we'll touch upon later. So need for additional information can entail multiple things. It can be that there's a need for monitoring of any relevant emerging information as it becomes available. But it can also mean that additional data from the marketing authorization holder should be submitted in the next PSUR. But most oftenly, it will be a request for an additional analysis in EudraVigilance or other data sources within the signal procedure. And very rarely it is requested that, for example, a pause will be conducted by the marketing authorization holders. So let's focus a little bit more on the second option, if additional data from the marketing authorization holder is requested to be submitted in the next PSUR. It can be concluded in a prioritization step that the assessment of the signal will not be further followed up in the signal procedure, but that the data will be submitted as part of the PSUR. PROC will draft a very clear PROC recommendation, which provides clear instructions for the requested data to be submitted as part of the PSUR, and the signal will be further assessed there. However, it can also occur that following the assessment of the additional data within the signal procedure, it is concluded that no regulatory action can be taken now, but that the issue needs to be further monitored in the PSURs. And in this example, the GVP module 7 should be followed, and marketing authorization holders should provide the results in section 15 of the PSUR, even if the assessment does not consider a regulatory action warranted, or if there are no new cases. And if an event should be monitored in the PSURs, the reviews should focus on new data from the reporting period, which should be placed in context of what is known. And following assessment of the data in the PSUR, it should indicate whether a new signal is raised, or if the issue should be kept under monitoring, or if monitoring can be stopped and routine pharmacovigilance may be more appropriate. And I think this is also important for the NCAs here in the room. If a safety issue is monitored in the PSUR, after review of the new data, it should be assessed if monitoring should continue, or if the monitoring can be stopped because routine pharmacovigilance activities may be more appropriate. Next slide, please. But most often, what I already mentioned, after the prioritization phase, there will be a request from the PROC to submit additional data, which will be evaluated as part of the signal procedures. And this is an example of such a request. Here, it's clearly stated that marketing authorization holder of a specific product should submit by a specific date a cumulative review of all cases of a certain event associated with the active substance. And this analysis should include a review of the published literature, data from spontaneous reports, including all cases in the EudraVigilance database, as well as a discussion on the plausibility and the mechanism of action. Furthermore, the MAA, the marketing authorization holder, is requested to discuss the need for any potential amendments to the product information and or RMP, and make accordingly a proposal for the changes to the relevant sections within the discussion. And always in a PROC recommendation, the timetable for this process will be described. So, when you receive such a request within a signal procedure, what are the do's and don'ts? Well, I already mentioned it briefly on the previous slide, but it's always good to provide a discussion on the possible mechanism of action, the biological and pharmacological plausibility of the signal that we're evaluating here. Furthermore, it's important to provide a justification for the meta strategies used, and if the select the best strategies based on the data that you're evaluating. Furthermore, it's important to provide a thorough review and discussion of the cases you identified from EudraVigilance and or your own safety database. It's important to discuss the strength of evidence, which includes, but it's not limited to, the time to onset, cases with positive D or read challenges, confounders, how the events are confirmed, and how the diagnoses are confirmed. And what is important and is sometimes lacking is the consistency of the evidence across cases. So if there are any patterns identified from the review of the cases. Furthermore, what you already saw on the previous slide, the requests don't focus only on EudraVigilance, but also on other sources of information. So it's important to also provide a thorough review on the data from other sources of information, such as the clinical development program. And these are not only limited to case report, but also imbalances seen between the treatment arm versus the placebo comparator arm. Pharmacoepidemiological studies are a great source for information, and case reports described in literature and non-clinical data may be supportive as well. Furthermore, it's good to provide, it's essential actually, to provide a well-balanced overall discussion on causality based on data from all sources, and provide a justification for the need of an update of the product information or any other regulatory action. When, after evaluating all the data, when you consider that there's at least a reasonable possibility for a causal association between your product and the event, it should be considered if it's sufficient to include the ADR within 4.8 of the product information, but also consider if there are more clinical recommendations needed, such as monitoring advices or stopping of treatment. And also when the ADR should be added to the product information, it's important to provide frequency calculations for the ADR to be added. So I promised you also some don'ts. If the request of PROC is stating that EudraVigilance data should be evaluated, don't focus only on the marketing authorization holder's own safety database. And also, don't focus, like we are now discussing EudraVigilance, which is a very important source of information. However, also evaluate other sources of information, such as the trials, pharmacoepi studies, and literature. Don't reject cases without providing sufficient detailed information. And also, of course, some cases can be rejected because there's limited information, but provide a sufficient detailed justification for that. Also, don't reject cases simply because a potential confounder has been reported. Look at all the information in the case and discuss whether causality can be more likely attributed to the confounder or the suspect. What we sometimes see is that purely because a comorbidity is being reported in the case, a case is rejected. However, if the comorbidity has been stable for years, and the time to onset is more compatible with the start of the suspect drug, maybe the comorbidity isn't a confounder in this case. Furthermore, don't provide solely a causality assessment for each case separately without an overall discussion on causality. A good discussion on causality includes a well-balanced discussion of all cases, and also a good balanced discussion provides weighs all the sources of information between each other. For example, sometimes for some long-term some events that only happen according to a long period of time are maybe more appropriately reviewed in pharmacoepi studies. And then the strength of evidence of pharmacoepi studies is maybe more important than the few cases we have from EudraVigilance, and vice versa. So I think a good causality assessment is always a well-balanced discussion of all sources of information. Further, if it concerns a class review, don't focus solely on the evidence for your own product, but also take into account the evidence for the class when you expect that the biological mechanism is applicable for all products within the class. So when the data is being submitted, it needs to be assessed. And the assessment will be performed according to a standard timetable, which is depicted here on the screen. So on day 30, you can see that the PROC rapporteur will draft a preliminary PROC rapporteur's assessment report. And on day 45, you can see that comments from other member states and the company can be submitted. So it's very important that if you want to, if you have comments on the recommendations in the preliminary PROC rapporteur's assessment report, that you submit it within at this moment in the procedure. After the comment section, an update will be drafted, which takes into account the member state comments and the company's comments. And when the approach in the updated assessment report it differs significantly from the preliminary assessment reports, companies are given the opportunity to comment within a very short time frame. And in these specific situations, instructions from the EMA signal management lead must be followed. But it's important to know that in both scenarios, either during the official commenting phase as in the ad hoc process after the updated assessment report, that a thorough review is expected. So no comments should be submitted after the PROC has discussed and adopted the recommendations, as this interferes with the procedural workflow. So how can you know if any of the signals are being raised and being validated for one of your products? Well, there's an advance notification of the signals on the PROC agenda, and these are addressed to all qualified persons, all QPPVs of the marketing authorization holders registered in the Article 57 database. And these are communicated the week before the PROC and are based on the draft PROC agenda. And if you receive such an advance notification, no action is required at that stage. After the advanced notification, there will be the PROC agenda will be published. This will be published on Monday of the PROC plenary week, and it contains all confirmed signals. And it includes the signals that are in the initial analysis step and are in the follow-up assessment. And no action is required at this stage by the concerned marketing authorization holders when the PROC agenda is published. PROC recommendations are issued each time a signal is discussed at PROC. And PROC recommendations to provide additional data are directly addressed to the concerned marketing authorization holders. The PROC recommendations for regulatory action are submitted to the CHMP for adoption, for the centrally authorized products, and for the CMDH for information for the national authorized products. And these are being published after the CHMP or the CMDH week. So other publications which are not limited to signals only, but where information on signals can be published are the meeting highlights from the PROC, and all signals are described in the minutes of the PROC meeting. So quick overview before I end my presentation. From 2012 to 2025, there have been almost 900 signals evaluated, which resulted in almost 1,600 signal discussions, which translates to a total of 7 signals per month. And of all these signals, 55% resulted in an update of the product information, 38% resulted in no regulatory action, but that routine pharmacovigilance activities are sufficient, or that they should be further monitored within the PSURs. And you can see here that 2.4% of the signals resulted in a referral, and only 0.5% a pause was requested. So always remember that the marketing authorization holder shall ensure that the product information is kept up to date with the current scientific knowledge. So including the conclusions of the assessment and recommendations made by the European Medicines by the recommendations of PROC, which are made public, as I explained on the previous slides. And also a quick reminder, the most frequently asked questions and answers are published in the EMA's Q&A on signal management, which are published on the EMA website. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bianca, for that excellent presentation. And the practical do's and don'ts are particularly helpful. We now have time for some questions. And as agreed, we will start with questions here in the room. So please raise your hand if you have any question.
Hello. I have a question about administration of use. If the medication is used topically and systemically, we have labeled adverse reaction, but for topical presentation, not yet. But we see some publications in literature. So how do we go from systemic to topical?
Bianca, would you like to take this?
Yes, very good question indeed. I think what's important here is that you have detected a potential signal based on the source of literature. So it all depends on the strength of evidence that you consider in this literature report. If it's strong enough to justify validation of the signal, if that's the case, if you consider the evaluation strong enough and based on your PK data, there is the possibility that systemic exposure is being reached for topical formulations, then yes, it should undergo the signal procedure or further actions. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any further questions? The first one was from Alessandro Zappalorto. Alessandro, please, over to you.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I have a question concerning the do's and don'ts for the MIHs. In particular, among the do's, I see that there is a recommendation to include the frequency calculations. However, usually we have most of signals comes from post-marketing settings. There are events not observed in clinical trials, and the SMPC guidance clearly states that the frequency calculated from spontaneous reporting shouldn't be used for assigning a frequency for the SMPC. So I would like to have more insight on which kind of frequency and how we should present the data in this scenario.
Yeah, thank you for this question. And I think Bianca will address that one.
Yes, thank you. Very good question that I can clarify further. With the frequency calculation, I mean those certainties that we identify or we evaluate a signal based in a post-marketing phase. However, that events are already reported in the clinical development program. So in those situations, a frequency calculation can be calculated based on clinical trial data. However, when there are no events in the clinical development program and solely based on post-marketing spontaneous reports, then I agree with you, we cannot calculate a frequency and then the frequency will be unknown. Thank you.
Thank you for the rest of that question. Yeah, thank you. And as I do not see any further hands raised online in WebEx, I would like to suggest to move to the questions that were asked through Slido. And we have noted that there were several questions raised in relation to the presentations as part of Lee's session, but also several questions have been raised in relation to the previous session. So my suggestion is that we start with the questions that are related to this session on signal management, and if we have some further time, we will address the rest. And I would like to start with the question that was upvoted for this session. How could we handle signal detection cycles of more than 1 year for very old products with well-known safety profiles, for which a very low frequency has been deemed sufficient, given that ERMRs cover 12 months only? Yeah, Georgi will take this question.
Again, thank you for the question, and thank you as well for colleagues from industry for really helpful points to consider when it comes to prioritizing the signal detection activities. I mean, I think the first question to ask is really more than 12 months justifiable? I gave you an example. Currently, we don't have any the frequency is not prescriptive that should be applied by marketing authorization holders, but certainly at network level, we wouldn't go beyond 6 months. So I think the first question to ask is it really justifiable to go less frequent than, at least every 12 months? And I think take it from there. I would question that. And it will depend on the situation. If you're not receiving a lot of ADRs and it's a very well-established product, then, I think it still would be reasonable. I would have thought, that's not prescriptive, that it will be reasonable to look at the safety of your product at least on 12-month monthly basis, if not more frequent, if indicated by the criteria that were discussed earlier. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this clear answer, Georgi. Then I see 2 questions with regard to signal management that are related to each other. So I suggest that we take a combination of those 2 questions. So the first one is if there is a difference between signal validation and signal confirmation. And the second one, related one, is at which stage of signal management, if at all, the PRAC announces that a signal is refuted?
I can see the question. So can you repeat maybe the first question?
Yeah, the difference, if there is a difference between signal validation and signal confirmation, and if PRAC is announcing the refuted PRAC signals.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Yes, there is a difference between validation and confirmation. It can happen that an NCA or EMA validates a signal, but that the lead PRAC rapporteur or the lead member state, if it's a national authorized product, doesn't confirm the signal. Then the PRAC rapporteur or the lead member state needs to clearly justify why the signal is not being confirmed. And a reason for this can be, for example, that another procedure is already ongoing in which the signal is being evaluated, or that's already reviewed as part of the PSUR. So that's the difference between validation and confirmation. These outcomes will then not be communicated further.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bianca, for that answer. And then I would suggest then to move to the questions that are raised by participants in relation to the previous session, also considering that some of them were clearly upvoted. So the question that I would like to address is if there is any guidance on how to use EudraVigilance data for the purpose of signal validation and assessment, because there is an evidence of information contained within the files, but and the question if there is a specific guideline to help marketing authorization holders to navigate the data in order to help validate or not validate the signals they are investigating. Georgi, I will answer the question.
Okay, I think that to me that sounds more like a general question related to signal detection principles. I think there's multiple guidance out there, including GVP 9 on signal management, that I would recommend looking into. I mean, when you say EVDAS data, that's spontaneous data. Same principles apply for EudraVigilance data in EVDAS as apply to spontaneous data in your own databases. So I would direct you to GVP 9 and all the other guidances related to principles established for signal detection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Georgi. And considering the time, I think we will take one last question before closing this session. And then I suggest to address the question that was that has received the largest number of votes, and that's about generics. And as generics are generally excluded from the PSUR procedures, the question is how signals identified by generic companies can be shared with authorities and/or EMA. Georgi will answer also this question.
Okay, I'll start and then happy for colleagues to complement. I mean, as a general principle, any company, generic or not, if you have data that indicates that there could be a potential safety issue, I think you should consider engaging with regulators. Now there are different routes for that. You know, we've mentioned the PSUR. Maybe you're not submitting PSURs, then you can consider a variation. Now, I think there was a further question that was pointing towards the potentially validated signal might not be in the label of the innovator, and that could happen. I think once you engage with the regulatory authorities, there is steps where we will consider if there's any, you know, prior assessment of this issue that has been taken place, I guess, at company level. I don't know if that happens in real life, but I would assume it's common sense to maybe liaise even with the innovator as a first step, if that can happen in the industry world, because then you will be aware of potentially any previous assessments, etc. But to keep it short, if you consider there is a safety issue, and depending on what type of company or product it is, do contact regulators through whichever regulatory means you deem more appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Georgi, for this comprehensive answer. This brings us to the end of our sessions. I would like to thank very much for all speakers for their clear and informative presentations, and all participants for your active participation and collaboration. We are breaking now for lunch. Please be back at 1:15 and enjoy the rest of the meeting.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Welcome back after the lunch break. I'm very honored to present this session today, where we are going to focus on data quality and medical literature, where we have a few speakers. We have Tom Paternoster, we have Richelle, and we have Eva as well online. So I would like just to remind everybody that you can use the Slido code that is on the screen at the moment for posing question to us. Make sure, please, that the questions are relevant to the session that we are doing now. Because it will be easier, because some of the speakers in the previous session may have left the room, so it will be maybe even a little bit more challenging to address the question if referencing their presentation. Another point that I would like to make is that I don't think that came up, but we are at the moment, now more or less, how can I say, 20 years after the mandatory electronic reporting. So it was exactly in November 2005, and Nick just pointed that to me. So I think that was nice to mention, as we have a little bit of, you know, celebration for that. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Richelle. Richelle at the moment is working in healthcare data. She's a seconded national expert, and she has around 12 years of pharmacovigilance experience, working also for a CRO and for the Irish Health Product Regulatory Authority. She has worked on individual case safety report processing, duplicate detection, training development, data quality activities, auditing, and inspection. So, Richelle, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Paolo, for the kind introduction. So today I'm going to be speaking about automated compliance monitoring based on reporting timelines. Without further ado, I'll move to the next slide. So just a short agenda here. We're going to have an overview, a rationale, some key concepts, some examples, how the compliance measurement is performed, some reports that are excluded from the reporting compliance, different time zones, and then just a little summary. So this is just the first slide on the compliance notifications. So you might be asking what exactly is encompassed in these reports. So it's up to 3 ICSR compliance reports for the 7, 15-day and 90-day timelines, each in separate notification emails submitted through automated reports generated by EVDAS. And within each of these compliance reports are 3 sub-reports constituting 5 outputs altogether, which include tables and bar charts. So you might ask who is receiving these. So QPPVs and RPs of all sender organisations will be automatically contacted. So this is the person registered in EudraVigilance as the QPPV or RP. And so for September, October and November, only the top 20 MAHs who sent the most ICSRs to EudraVigilance and all the NCAs. When we say the top 20 MAHs, we're talking about the ones that received the most ICSRs to EudraVigilance during the 12 months up to May 2025. However, anyway, from September, it will be extended to include all organisations. So how? So you'll receive them by email from donotReply@ema.europa.eu. When did this start? It was launched on Wednesday, the 3rd of September 2025. And how often? So it's going to be every month with compliance reports covering the submissions made to EudraVigilance the previous month. So today, the 5th of November, you received compliance reports which covered the period from the 1st to the 31st of October. So they have come through officially at 12:30 today. So they've been sent out today. So that's great. Okay, so you might be asking, why are we deciding to do this now? So we want to ensure compliance with the legal basis. So obviously with the directives and the relevant articles, Article 107, 3 and A4, in relation to the timelines for 15 and 90-day serious and non-serious post-marketing reports. And then obviously for the Regulation 536 2014 for sponsors. So this is for your 7 and 15-day timelines for life-threatening, fatal and non-life-threatening and non-fatal cases, SUSARs. The Commission Implementing Reg 520/2012, Articles 26 and 25, Regulation 762/2004 as well, specifically in relation to the quality system. And then obviously to complement your own quality system and to assist with timely root cause analysis, to quickly visualise compliance and comprehend the volume of non-compliant cases, and then to understand the types of cases timelines that are non-compliant. So I just have a slide here on the batch sender identifier, and the reason this is important is because it basically determines how the reports will be separated out. So the reports for a given organisation are defined by the batch sender identifier, which is the data element N.1.3. This data element identifies the origin of the ICSR reports. So for example, the company name or the regulatory authority, and the identifier is unique to the sender, and it's the registered sender ID. So the sender ID must be a registered EDI partner of the gateway. So if a EudraVigilance headquarter profile has multiple affiliates and virtual affiliates with their own sender IDs, each sender will each receive their own sets of reports. So it is up to each parent company to decide on how they divide and manage their affiliates. So just some further slides now on the division constitution of the reports and examples. So how do the ICSR submissions get divided? So we have a 15-day, 90-day, and then the 7 and 15-day. So for the 15-day reports, if any of the seriousness criteria at the reaction level are selected as true, then they will be divided into that timeline. For 90 days, if no seriousness criteria is selected as true at the reaction level, and the case is submitted to EVPM. In relation to the EVCTM module, the serious, not fatal, not life-threatening ICSRs will be divided into the 15-day one if they've no related reaction, and the seriousness criteria results in death or life-threatening is selected as true, and they obviously must contain at least one related reaction. So again, for the serious fatal ICSRs, the 7-day one, they must contain at least one related reaction, and it must have, in this particular situation, it must have one or more of the seriousness criteria results in death or life-threatening selected as true. So you've noticed here I've been saying related reaction, so that means if you see here your EU method of assessment has the value 1, and also a reasonable possibility for the EU result of assessment. So what exactly is contained in each compliance report? So there's 3 different sub-reports. The first is the listing of non-compliant individual cases submitted to EVCTM or EVPM outside your 7, 15, 15 or 90-day reporting period. So this report is good because you can see which cases were submitted beyond the regulatory timeline. So that's why this one is important. And it has one output in table format, and it tells you there's a column entitled reporting time in days, and that tells you the exact day it was submitted. So for example, this is the compliance report for the MLM service. This is the listing of non-compliant individual cases submitted to EVPM outside the 15-day reporting period. It's for September. So on the left, you can see a reporting time in days. So you can see clearly here there was 2 that relate, one at day 35, one at day 37. You can see your EV local report number, which is 11 digits. That's specific to each submission, so not to the case, but to each submission. And then you have your EV worldwide unique case identifier, which has your country code, your organisation, and then your report number. So that's obviously important for identifying the case because it doesn't change. And then it's divided up into initial and follow-up. So it's quite good to have, and it's very easy to comprehend. Again, this is just the same one, but except for a sponsor. Obviously, the difference here is that you have ones for fatal or life-threatening, and then non-fatal and non-life-threatening. Again, it's divided up into initial and follow-up. And then the second sub-report, this is an overview of ICSR's submission to EVCTM, EVPM within or outside the reporting periods. So this one is good, so you can clearly see the proportion of within and the proportion outside the timeline of all of your reports submitted in the relevant time period. So as you can see here, it's a very clear bar chart. On the top, you can see the number of ICSR's initial and follow-up on the bottom. On the top, you can see it's quite good, obviously 99.7% and only 0.2 base and 100% compliance for follow-ups. It's very clear. It's just within and outside. So just two areas they can fall into. Again, this is the exact same except in table format. If you want to really understand the true numbers. This is for sponsor. So again, the same thing, except you can see it's broken up into fatal and non-fatal and life-threatening and non-life-threatening. So again, the top, you can see 50% within, 50% outside, and that's for initial or life-threatening. And again, this is the same except in table format. So within and outside your timelines, and then you can clearly see the numbers. And then finally, the third sub-report. So this one is basically an overview of the number of ICSRs submitted, so it's all of them. And you can see the bar chart is quite good especially for the submissions for EVCTM, because you can clearly distinguish between all the different report types. So the first one here, this is from the MLM service. You can see the red is the number of ICSRs initial, and the purple, it's kind of purple, ICSR follow-ups. And then what's really good is you can see in the table, because it can be difficult to visualize on the bar chart, the very small numbers. So for instance, in the previous slide, you can see here the number of ICSRs follow-up is 1 at day 0, but you can't really see that on the bar chart. So that's why the table is good, just so you can drill down, and it's kind of more granular. And here's the lovely bar chart for your SUSARs. So you can see the yellow is ICSRs, not fatal, not life-threatening initials. The green, there's none, but that would be ICSRs. Oh, sorry, it's kind of difficult to see from this far. But basically you can distinguish there's 4 different colours, which is good. Oh, thanks, Tom. I can see it here. So yeah, the green ICSR is not fatal, not life-threatening. The yellow, but that's follow-up, and then the yellow is not fatal, not life-threatening initial. The blue is fatal or life-threatening follow-up, and the red is fatal or life-threatening initial. It's a very, very good way to break up the reports, and very easy for you to analyse. Again, here it is in table format. So just quickly, I'm coming up close to the time to finish. So how is compliance measured? The compliance is calculated per each ICSR as the difference between the data element date of receipt. So that's the date at each time you get new information. Of most information for this report is C.1.5 and the EudraVigilance gateway date, which can be visualized here in the picture from EV Web. The message received date corresponds to the gateway date. Are any ICSRs excluded? Yes, error reports, nullification reports, and amendment reports. What about the different time zones? So yes, please be mindful of the potential time zone differences when submitting a case to EudraVigilance, as close of business in your location could mean the deadline has already passed. For example, so the official EV gateway date should be checked. In ICSR submission, you can include the time zone from which you are making your submissions. So we allow a 12-hour exceeding the current CET or CEST time, depending on the time of year. So for example, if you are in UTC plus 12 time zone and you submit your ICSR to EudraVigilance at 5 to 12 on day 16, then it will actually be on time if you include your time offset. So there's more details on that in the implementation guide, specifically the business rule notes table 35. And of course, I know you'll obviously have a chance to ask questions today, but if not, you can also submit a notification question through the EMA service desk at the link here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Richelle. I will go directly to Eva Maria for her presentation. Eva Maria joined the Paul Henry Institute in Germany around 2002 and has been working in different areas as assessor and inspector. So two nice jobs. And since 2021, her focus is on pharmacovigilance inspection, and she's also a member of the GVP IWG at the European Medicine Agency. So Eva, over to you. I think we are sharing the slide for you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you can share, they told me.
Here's some information on the use of EudraVigilance data and common inspection findings. Next slide, please. This is our common disclaimer. Next slide, please. So I have several parts. I will first talk about performance indicator dashboards, and then, as you already heard in the previous presentation, cases reported late, and then cases transmitted with errors without correct follow-up. I will talk about master cases and duplicate reports, and then I will finally come to common inspection findings. So as you just saw in the presentation from Michelle, we have in the dashboard, we have data on post-marketing and clinical trial data covering the reporting period 7, 15, and 90 days. We will have initial and follow-up, and we have information on case amendments and nullifications. So in preparation of an inspection, we usually go into the EudraVigilance data warehouse, and then we look for MAH performance indicator dashboard, and this is an anonymized result that I did, so you can't see the MAH, but what you can clearly see that we have different areas. We have green, yellow, and red compliance values, and these are the values where obviously the MAH did not meet the compliance criteria, and we will look into that deeper into the at the inspection. So you've seen that before. When we look into the data warehouse, we can select ICSR reported within or outside the 7 and 50 days period. And what you can see here is in the upper bar, we have the initial reporting, which is fine. And then we also have the follow-up reports, and for the follow-up reports, the compliance with 66.6 on time is not sufficient. Next slide, please. It can also look different. For example, for this MAH, the initial reporting was not okay, but the follow-up reporting was 100% compliance. So what we then do, we go and get the listing of the individual cases that were reported late. So the information is hidden here, but what you can see if we go from left to right, we have the expedited reporting time. And this was actually the 15-day period. So you have here the days reported from 21 to 48. And obviously those cases are late. You don't see the local report number or the worldwide unique case identifier, but we can see if this was an initial or a follow-up report that was late. And a similar situation on the lower table for the non-serious cases with the 90-day reporting period. And you can see reporting timelines or times from 150 to 242 days, which was for one follow-up and 4 initial cases, just as an example of cases reported late. We can also select ICSR reported for a selected drug substance. If we double-click on the bar with the non-compliant reporting, we can also see the number of ICSRs affected. In this case, it was only 2 cases, but there might also be different situations. And so we can select for a selected drug substance, we can actually go in the system and see if there are differences with different organizations. So there might be a situation where the individual drug makes problem for one MAH, but not for the other. With all those data, as I said, we go to the data warehouse and check the compliance rate and the number of cases affected. For a specific MAH, we break down to smaller periods of time, if necessary, for example, monthly or quarterly. And then what we do, we compare this information with the data in PSMF Annex F. And if necessary, we do a document request prior to the inspection, ask for the assessment and action taken for late cases, if there was a deviation raised, if there was a CAPA issued, and if the number of cases that have been submitted late is high, we might also ask for summary slides for the inspection and an explanation in the case processing session. We can also see in the data warehouse cases of transmissions with errors without correct follow-up. So again, we go and get the line listings of those cases for a specific MAH that is due to be inspected and a certain period. And then we request the documented evidence of correction for the respective cases and the acknowledgements or XML files. Next slide, please. To explore it a little bit in more detail, the acknowledgement code ACK.8.4, that's the transmission acknowledgement code as in the implementing guidelines for the E2B R3, and that's the information on the submitted batch. Next slide, please. So AA means that the application acknowledgement is accepted, so the message is successfully processed, there's no further action. And for AE, that's an application acknowledgement error, so there was an error detected and there is additional detail, and in some cases, the ICSR message needs further action. Next slide. And again, if you push twice. And AR is the acknowledgement reject. And that's a parsing error and no data have been extracted and you have to resend the entire transaction. There is also an acknowledgement code BR6. That's for the code for the ICSR message. And that's regards to the loading of the ICSR message. Next. And there you have CA, commit accept. So the ICSR is successfully loaded. And the next, please. So that's commit reject. And there the ICSR message contains fatal errors that prevent the ICSR from being loaded. And then the resubmission is required. There is also the acknowledgement code BR7 that belongs to errors or warning messages. And it could be a non-fatal warning message when the acknowledgement code is CA. Next, please. But we do recommend that the marketing authorization holder reviews the warning acknowledgements with the focus of relevant warnings to enhance the ICSR quality, even if it's not a non-fatal warning. Next slide, please. Coming to the master cases and duplicate reports. This is just an example of duplicates that all belong to the same master case. And I just marked individual marketing authorization holders, and each color represents a separate marketing authorization holder. Next slide, please. We select the cases from the marketing authorization holder to be inspected, and we ask for the duplicate check procedure and the respective documentation. And then we check the selected cases in the safety database of the MAH, ask for the date the case was received, the duplicate check was performed, and the date the case was reported to EudraVigilance. We ask for the elements that are looked at for the duplicate check. And the question is also, in some cases, we have several duplicates from the same MAH, and we were just wondering how we can find several duplicates in EudraVigilance from the same marketing authorization holder. So, for example, in this case, it's another depiction of the duplicate and master cases. We had 43 duplicate cases detected for one master case. And for several MAHs, we had 4 or 5 duplicates. And as you heard previously, the duplicates, they significantly increase the size of EudraVigilance data and impair analysis time and also the output. I'm coming now to common findings related to ICSR quality. What we often see is inconsistency between narrative and structured field. So not all information that is available had been entered in the ICSR. Yeah, not all information had been entered. So tests, patient medical history, and so on. And it also happens that there is then conflicting information between the structured field and the narrative. We have incorrect coding of reported events, especially when it comes to associated symptoms of a diagnosis when they were entered as a reaction, for example. We have sometimes maternal exposure, mixed dose, product issue, therapy cessation without any associated event entered as a reaction. What we also see is that events occurring at different time points were captured in one case instead of multiple cases. And next, please. We have cases where the null flavor, for example, for patient initials or batch number was not used appropriately. I'm coming now to the common findings related to ICSR reporting. And of course, findings affecting the quality of the ICSR can also affect the reporting. For example, if the seriousness assessment is not done properly, that might also affect the ICSR reporting. I will start with over-reporting of invalid reports, for example, without an identifiable patient, with no reported event, as I mentioned the special situation cases before, or the suspected drug as placebo. We see a lot over-reporting of cases with the outcome of death. As you all know, death is the outcome, but not the event. So if there is a death case, we would like to have a complete follow-up and sufficient medical assessment if this case qualifies for an ICSR, and then we have a coding to a fitting LLT, but just simply death is not qualifying and would be considered an invalid case. So the take-home message here is, if there is a case of death reported and it's from a medical point of view a relevant case, go to a fitting LLT like sudden death or there's no other symptoms, and then it can be reported as a valid ICSR. We have over-reporting of special situation cases, and I mentioned before the pregnancy cases. Pregnancy cases per se is not an ICSR, but it's a special situation that needs to be followed and then to be handled respectively depending on the outcome of the pregnancy. We have incorrect seriousness assessment. Then, of course, if the case is first assessed as non-serious and then later on in either a QC check or a late medical review considered to be serious, then of course it might be reported late if it was detected outside the 15-day reporting period. We have incorrect or missing causality assessment, and that could also lead to cases not being reported, especially if the causality assessment for solicited cases was not done correctly. We have incorrect handling of follow-up information, and as I mentioned before, we sometimes see that there should be a new case instead of a case amendment, and that can also contribute then to the reporting of the ICSR. I think I'm done with my findings, and I understand we take the questions at the end of the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eva. I will pass now to Tom. Tom Paternoster is highly experienced in the field of ADR reporting, ICSR data quality, and medical literature monitoring service. He has 24 years of pharmacovigilance experience. He has worked for MHRA in the industry, and for the last 21 years for the agency, for the EMA. Tom is leading the MLM service and is in charge of ICSR data quality and duplicate detection. He's also a member of the ICH E2B expert working group and is an alternate for the E2D expert working group as well. Tom, over to you.
Thank you, Paolo. Hopefully I'll be able to get my clicker working this time. So I'm going to talk to you all about the achievements and impacts of the MLM service. As Paolo pointed out earlier, it's 20 years, almost to a day actually, of mandatory electronic reporting of ICSRs, and it's also 10 years of the MLM service. I've been involved since the very beginning. My little baby's all grown up, and I'll have a little celebration of it. So I'll discuss the history of the MLM service, 10-year retrospective, benefits and updates. So history, well, We launched in July 2015 with the top 50 substance groups, and then after a 2-month pilot period, we expanded to 300 chemical substance groups and 100 herbal ones. Now, in case you don't know, the substance groups were determined by the information submitted to XEVMPD by MAHs. For every active substance in every product, we counted up the number of MAHs there are with that substance in the EEA. And the substance with the greatest number of MAHs, which was paracetamol, was ranked number 1. Hydrochlorothiazide was number 2, which surprised some of us, ibuprofen 3, and so on. Now, a substance group is the substance, but also the active moiety, also its salts, and any combination that it's in as well. Now, we worked on the highest ranked substance groups, so the MLM service would benefit the greatest possible number of MAHs, but also have the greatest possible benefit for regulators and the network as well by preventing the greatest possible number of duplicates. And just to say, if a substance or if a product has 2 substances, so a paracetamol plus ibuprofen, then it only gets ranked under group 1, so only under paracetamol. Anyway, I digress. Yes, so we'd expanded by September 2015. Now, this was a very big change for the pharma industry. And naturally, that came with a little pain. All changes do. And so, following feedback from industry, we convened some workshops to identify how we could better improve the service. And one request was for the addition of extra tracking sheets so they could see more information and also have running monthly tracking sheets, because we were just doing daily sheets, which then needed people to download every day, compare. So we do a running total of the things that are happening in each month. And then also the addition of non-EEA, non-serious cases, because we were screening all of the global literature anyway. We're identifying whether it's a case, and it was only at the last step before processing that we were stopping because it was non-EEA, non-serious. And industry still had to make such cases for transmission to some third country regulators. So it was not much of a saving if we weren't making them, but a big saving if we did. So we expanded to that. Then in June 2020, people might remember COVID and the desperate search all around the world for some kind of a cure. And we looked at what was being studied in trials as potential cures. And so that we as a regulatory network would have the right amount of data. You wouldn't get duplicates. We worked on the assumption that people would be publishing very quickly, and publishers did indeed pump out lots of articles. And so you'd have the right number of cases and the right amount of information to assess the safety there, and you didn't get overwhelmed with duplicates of all the substances being tested for COVID at this crucial time. We expanded the service very quickly, added an extra 9 substance groups and added COVID specific hedges to another 6, so the 15 substances which were most being studied, so that we prevented duplication from slowing down our at the time incredibly time sensitive and vital work. And then so we did that. That was June 2020. And then in April 2024, we expanded again. Again, following requests from industry, we've always covered Embase, which has all of Medline in it, but it's quite a bit slower than Medline. So we expanded to add in Medline, so all of those articles are found much sooner. And we added what's called an RIS format, which is a format for bibliographic databases, so that industry could just take our exports and just import them directly into their databases if they're doing medical literature monitoring for their other substances as well. So it made things a lot easier. So we're 10 years old, and here's a little bit of some nice big numbers. First 10 years of operation, we've performed over 1.5 million searches and screened and reviewed 5.9 million articles. And in fact, in the weeks since, we've gone beyond 6 million. We translated 5,736 articles into English and published 5,460 tracking sheets. We've done a lot of work. We've also made 58,092 individual cases, making us over that time period the 28th biggest MAH effectively. And we submitted 101,145 ICSRs to EudraVigilance, so one for each case plus follow-up. Of these ICSRs, nearly 81,000 were serious, and of those, 96.3% were transmitted by day 7. We aim for 100, but it's not bad. And 20,000 non-serious, and 92.3% of those have been transmitted by day 21. So the work that we perform on effectively on behalf of MAHs, we saved industry from having to make over 140,000 ICSRs and 90,000 cases from the EEA alone. I can describe maybe later on if there's a question how we came to this figure. But for the MLM service, our ratio of non-EEA to EEA is 3:1 for cases and 2.6:1 for ICSRs. So if that persists, we would have saved industry from having to make 560,000 ICSRs and 324,000 cases, which is quite a saving for the pharma industry. Now, there's a couple of little updates coming soon. We'll be launching our regular stakeholder survey later this month, and all NCAs and MAHs will be contacted, asked for your views of the MLM service. If you're a QPPV, you'll receive an email quite soon, and our substance group list will be updated in 2026. It'll still be the same 309 substance groups, but any new information that's been entered into the XEVMPD in the last time period will be added in to reflect it, and we'll write to all the MAHs concerned with the new list 6 months before it comes into operation, so you have plenty of time to adjust your contracts and your processes. Okay, and there's one last bigger enhancement, which is coming a little later. So in order to simplify the process of downloading the ICSRs created by the MLM service, we're building an API. Right now, MAHs need to have a human log into EudraVigilance, into EV Web, navigate to the right site, upload the search criteria, download, save it, and then extract the bundle of ICSRs. Using an API, that step of having a human log in, and if you're doing it once, it's not a lot of work. But if you have a different product portfolio in every country, you don't want to have paracetamol for the whole of Europe if you're only selling it in Spain. You're not responsible for what's happening in Latvia, so you don't need those ICSRs. So you would have to run it 30 times, which then becomes time consuming. Having an API means that you can just hit run and it'll download it easier. It'll have zero impact. No one will notice it from an NCA side, but for the MAHs who are across Europe, it should hopefully have quite a nice little impact to help and make things easier. The way the API works will mirror the functionalities of a current manual downloading, but without the need for manual intervention. And that's the end of the presentation. Thank you very much, everybody.
Tom, thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, now we can open the floor to questions. So first of all, any question from the colleagues?
So I do have a question for Tom regarding this last topic. We in Portugal, we still receive some ICSRs sent by marketing authorization holders that should not be sent because they are encompassed by the MLM service. My question is, should we request a nullification or should we deal with them as duplicates? What do you prefer for us to do?
Well, they should never have sent them to us, so they should probably nullify them in EudraVigilance would be best. Even better, maybe you could check to see who's doing it most and let your PV inspectors know. And then they can take it forward to the pharmacovigilance inspectors working group and target them as companies who are unable or unwilling to follow the pretty clear legislative requirements which have been outlined. And if you need support with the duplicates, do let us know.
Right, so then we can move to Slido. All right, so I will go a little bit in order, and maybe I will prioritize some questions that I think are interesting. So we have a question. If during the local literature review process, we identify a report that describes a substance in the journal already covered by the MLM process, does the MAH automatically have no obligation to submit it to EV, or must they still verify whether EMEA has detected and submitted it? Tom?
Thank you, Paolo. You have no obligation. If the journal is covered by the MLM service, so if it's published in Embase, API, AMED, Medline, and information on which journals are covered is available for all of these databases, is available on via the EMA's MLM webpage. If a journal and substance are covered, don't report it to us. You have no obligation to do so. The legislation is very clear on that respect. If you're unsure if we have or not, you can log into our service desk, and once you've logged in once, save the link. You just paste the article reference and say, have you found this? Have you made a case yet? 10 words, should take a few seconds to type, and you can find out, and we'll respond immediately. Our team who work on the MLM service, they have 2 business days to reply, but the average time lag between a question coming in and a response being sent out is 23 and a bit hours. So you will get a response very quickly, and you will then know what it's done. And just to say, if you find it before us, let us know, and we'll assess it. We'll make the case if it qualifies for reporting, and it will, as you've seen, if it's serious, 96.3% of them are transmitted to EudraVigilance within 7 days. So it'll get made.
Thank you, Tom. Let's go to the next question from Slido, and this is for Eva, probably. Question for pharmacovigilance inspection presentation. What is the threshold to have a red indicator non-compliance in the dashboard?
Thank you for that question. Actually, the color in the dashboard that was set up by EMA, but to clarify, the expectation is that the compliance is 100%, as this is a legal requirement. What we are looking for at the inspection is that the MAH sets up a threshold for action and a threshold for awareness to see, am I aware that the compliance is decreasing, and at which level do I have to act on that? But actually the expectation is 100%. And I actually don't know exactly where the limits are set for in the data warehouse that has been done by EMA. I hope that clarifies your question.
And in fact, David, it was me who chose the colours. I think it's 95% was red, just because that's particularly noticeable. But yes, everything you said is completely correct. I concur with what you've done.
Thank you. Let's try again for the person online, Michael or Michelle.
Hello.
Michael, I guess.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. We can hear you.
Okay,
Michael,
yeah.
can you quickly introduce yourself and after make the question?
Yeah, this is Michael Odubanjo. I'm a PV scientist and manager with Calvista Pharmaceuticals.
Thank you.
Yeah, my question is for MA holders of for generic. If your product is covered in the MLM, do you also have to do weekly literature search for such a molecule, or you just need to search MLM and do your reporting from there?
Thank you for that question. The MLM, if you're only for generic products, which are all covered by the MLM service, then your global literature monitoring requirements are covered by the MLM service. So you wouldn't have to search Medline or PubMed or whichever other database you would otherwise search. However, there are many local journals which are not covered by these global databases, often those which are not in English. So if you're marketing, say, paracetamol in Croatia, and there's a report in the Zagreb Journal of Gastroenterology, and it's all written in Croatian, and that's not covered, then you would be expected to maintain awareness. You should have a list of local journals in the countries where you're operating, which would be relevant, and ones which you subscribe to, and those ones you should monitor. But you can pre-check your list against our published list of what's covered, and I'd also suggest periodically, maybe once every 6 months or once every year, double checking to make sure that the journals haven't now been added to the index by Embase in particular, because sometimes they can, and you can then stop the monitoring. But if it's not covered, then it's your job.
Thanks a lot. Let me just check if there is anyone on WebEx. No, so let's go back to Slido. So I guess it's still for Tom. What if an article reports an ICSR with multiple suspect substances, but the MAH substance isn't included in the MLM review while others are? Should the MAH check if the other substances are under MLM review, or must they submit the report to EV since their own substance isn't covered?
That's a good question. Technically, per the legislation, the legislation talks about reporting adverse drug reactions. If there are 2 drugs and 1 reaction, then there are 2 ADRs. And if one of the drugs isn't covered by the MLM service, then there's an argument that you would have to submit the case. However, you can equally point out that the ADR has been submitted to EudraVigilance. You don't have any new information, and it's available, and you've downloaded a copy of it. As long as you have clearly defined audit trail and clearly defined process that in this situation where it's definitely also covered by the MLM service, and you have identified that it's there, then you can say that the reporting has been performed by the MLM service. You'd be expected to have a copy of the article in your case in the database, and also you'd be expected to review the article because it may have additional information which is not reportable as an ICSR. So there might be a clear adverse drug reaction, but there's also information which would not be expeditable but reportable in a PSUR, for example. So you should still review the article itself as a minimum.
Thank you, Tom. I think that you will like the next question, because I have at least 2 or 3 topics in mind that I would like to mention there, but I leave it to you as well. Will there be any compliance report related to the quality of ICSR submission? If so, which measure will be used for measuring it?
That's a very good question, and it's something that we're working on. I'm looking here at Rochelle as well. The pair of us are looking into the possibility of such things potentially in the future. Right now, no. We'll need to update our database. I believe everyone will be should be aware of the SSA project, which is coming, or at least certainly NCAs will be. To do what we do with the 15-day reports would need a significant amount of development work, and is theoretically possible, but we don't have any immediate plans to do so. But we're currently looking into how it could be done and whether it's plausible to do this. If we were to look at the measures, well, that's another thing that we're looking into. What would be relevant areas. For example, invalid cases, if you had no valid patient, if the only reactions are invalid reactions, things like that would be the sorts of areas which would be worth looking at. Certainly from a database perspective, it's not that difficult, and we would expect also MAHs in particular to review your own databases with a look of these, a focus on these sorts of areas.
Thank you, Tom. Maybe we can also mention here, take the occasion to mention the fact that we are performing the SSR quality review. Maybe you can further elaborate.
Yes, good question. So yeah, we also, as well as these database level checks, we perform detailed case reviews of batches of individual cases for senders, looking at the coding, in particular, the sort of things which can't be done easily on a database level, where you need humans to read the narrative and go through every single data field to say, has this been correctly coded? Yes or no? Is the data which is contained in 1,000, 100,000 free characters and difficult to find, is that actually properly entered in such a way that EVDAS or other recipients' databases and data analysis systems can draw it out and you can easily find it. For example, have lab tests been correctly coded so that you can do subgroup analysis and such like. We do these for a number of different organizations each month, and also this is information which we share with pharmacovigilance inspectors as well upon request. So it feeds into our data quality assessments. There is a document, the detailed guide on data management activities performed by the European Medicines Agency. If you Google for those words, you'll find it. Which we've written, which describes the various different processes that we do, and also includes a number of database level checks which we're building, and which anyone can build on their own databases. And we're in the process of updating this document. A new version will be published in the coming months, which will have a lot of very nice detailed information on that. Over.
And Tom, maybe also mentioning about the EU data quality framework ADR and potential public consultation coming up.
Yes. Well, as I talked about earlier, yes, the data quality framework. So we'll be feeding into this as well, and this would be a nice area if you're working in this sort of area. Then your comments on the data quality framework, the ADR chapter, which will be published for public consultation in the coming month or so. Have a look at that, and if you have feedback, particularly providing detailed areas and where it would fit in with the framework, that would be very welcome and will help to feed into the framework as a whole and improving data quality over the whole of the network.
Thank you, Tom. Let's go to the next question. You said that events occur at different time points capturing one case is a finding. If it was reported that the same event occurred in a patient at different time points with the same drug, can this be capturing one case, or different cases for the different time period is applicable? Eva?
I think I can take this. Yeah, thank you. I think we need to look at the ADR. So if there is an ADR, you have a clear onset date and a start and a stop date. So if there is a change of the ADR, for example, in seriousness, that's of course an amendment. But if I have a start and then a stop of the event, and then later on the same patient had the same or a similar event, but that should be then captured as a new ADR, a new ICSR. We've seen this sometimes in studies where you can see in the narrative that the information is just kept continuously. And so I would say if if there are clear, distinct, different ADRs at different time points that should be kept as two separate ICSRs. Tom, maybe you want to add something to that.
Yes, thank you, Eva Maria. I just wanted to reiterate what you're saying. Agree, even though it's the same event, if it has recovered, if the initial event has recovered, and then it reappears a significant amount of time later, and obviously medical judgment needs to be applied, then yes, that they should be reported separately.
And this is a problem which we find a lot in particularly with patient support program cases where an MAH will be seeing a patient many times and having lots of communication. We see these kind of infinite cases where one patient, one case, and some MAHs will make more and more cases, and you've got in 1 year they're on drug 1 and they have a reaction, it's taken off, they go on to drug 2, have a different reaction, and we see lots and lots of impossible reactions. So they stopped, they had a reaction in year 1, and then they changed into a different drug. Well, then it can't be related. So one of the key things you should bear in mind is it possible if you're creating impossible reaction ADRs where the reaction happened before a drug was taken, then unquestionably you put them into different cases. Other things, as Rochelle was saying, there can be a grey area, but when you're creating impossible reactions, stop, make a new case.
Thank you, Tom, and colleagues. So the next one is the case reporting from other authorities like MHRA or anyone else contributing to duplicate reports in EudraVigilance?
Yes, it is. There's a lot of MAHs who are MAHs in the UK and the EEA. So all of them are complying, well, hopefully all are complying with the legislation. They receive a case from the MHRA, they send it to EudraVigilance, and then we deal with the duplicates. It's increasing our workload, but they're findable and they're fixable. One thing I would say, particularly with regards to the MHRA cases, I've noticed, and I've discussed this with the MHRA, if a case was reported to them via their electronic reporting forms, usually by a patient, and the reaction term doesn't code directly to MEDRA, their system still at present will push the case through and push it out with a reaction term of something like unevaluable reaction or non-specific drug reaction. And then later on, their staff will read it, code it, and a second version comes out. If you've received one of those cases, if you're an MAH in the UK and you download from the MHRA's site a case which has a non-valid reaction term, just because it's come from the MHRA doesn't make it valid for reporting to EudraVigilance. Either you code it to the correct term based on the verbatim, or you wait until they've coded it to the correct term based on the verbatim. Do not send garbage to EudraVigilance, even if it comes from another regulatory authority. You should not send it, we do not want it, and you should do your job of coding data which you receive properly before sending it to EudraVigilance. If you do that, then the duplicates are much easier to deal with.
Thank you, Tom. Very assertive.
I read a lot of those.
Okay, clear message. Very good. So let's go to the next question. Do we still need to perform global literature when our product is covered by MLM?
No.
Very simple and assertive reply as well. So we have another question from the WebEx.
Or other safety issues.
Sorry, we have
Anya's added, there is a subtle variation. No for ICSR reporting. Yes, you should still review the articles for your PSURs. You can use the MLM service tracking sheets, which we provide every day. At the end of each month, we give a summary of all the articles found during the previous month. in the tracking sheet. So once a month, first working day of a month, you can get everything that was found for your article, your product, previous month, add them together over time, and you've got a year, 2 years, 5 years worth with very little work. I mean, 5 years worth is just 60 clicks of a mouse. And then you've got a whole PSUR's worth of literature searched specifically for pharmacovigilance purposes and also categorized. It's not just the search results. We've reviewed it. It'll say whether it's a case, yes or no. But if it's not a case, we add in special situations. So if it's pregnancy but no ADR, pre-categorized, ready for you. If it's pediatrics but no ADR, pre-categorized, and so on. If it's studies and thus not reportable but probably got some ADRs, pre-categorized. So we've done the work of searching, screening and reviewing for you, so you don't have to. But even for PSURs, you can use us as your literature monitoring service for global.
And just to add to that, Item 7 in the NICE EMA MLM Q&A document explains this very clearly, what the obligation is.
Thank you, Arjen. I think there is another question online that is relatively close to this point. So what are the MAH expected to do with special situation SSR from global literature for substance covered by the MLM to fulfill other obligation? Example, PSUR, special situation cases with adverse events needed to be collected. This would oblige to perform global literature search for MLM substances?
Well, that's pretty much covered by what we were saying before. So yeah, see our tracking sheets. It's literally, you can have your least qualified, cheapest employee, anyone who can use Chrome and click download can do it. And you just download the tracking sheet once a month. It's, you know, it'll cost you 10 pence of staff time a month. And that's it. And then you've got it all done for you.
Thank you, Tom. We have one person online in the WebEx, Eleni Marco-Duli. Would you like to ask your question? Please introduce yourself before the question. You can unmute yourself. Eleni? Okay, maybe we do another question from Slido and after we go back to Eleni.
Hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Eleni, go ahead.
Very much, yeah. Well, I actually want to ask again about the imagery cases, because it is honestly a huge burden to MA holders who have products simultaneously in Europe and in the UK. So following the previous question about duplicates and EudraVigilance, I was wondering if there are any plans that this obligation will stop. I mean, submitting 15 MA holders the same case to EudraVigilance, I don't think that is of benefit for anyone, the authorities, public health and industry. So do you think that this will stop someday, or another way of more efficient coming to force?
That's a sort of question which is highly political. I'm sure I'm not alone in remembering very clearly the tone of the debate in the United Kingdom over the last 10, 15 years. We can't say anything about it from a personal perspective. As a guy who deals with the duplicates, yeah, I'd love that. As an EMA perspective, we comply with the legislation. From an EU perspective, the legislation is subject to political decisions. And so if there will be agreements between the United Kingdom and the European Union, then we would follow those agreements. And presently, there is no such agreement, and to the best of my knowledge, no such agreement in the pipeline. But, you know, I don't work for the Commission, so who knows? Over.
Thank you.
Let's go back to Slido. Are MAHs expected to store the compliance reports received from EMEA so they can be made available upon inspection?
So the answer is no. This information actually has always been available. It's in the business intelligence tool, but no, there's no need to store them so that they can be made available.
Thank you, Rochelle. Are MAHs expected to make a company narrative when reporting cases from other authorities, and the same when reporting L2A cases to other authorities?
What you do when reporting to third country authorities is a matter for your internal processes to be in compliance with the requirements of those third country authorities. L2A cases are made available to you as MAHs to permit you to fulfill your pharmacovigilance obligations to these third countries. We do not determine what those pharmacovigilance obligations are. In terms of submitting, for example, FDA or Health Canada cases to the UK, to EV, if it's a serious case, you are expected to create a case narrative. We would expect that the case narrative is well written, is not just something auto-generated, populated with a patient, open brackets, sex unknown, close brackets, received paracetamol, open brackets, dose unknown, and everything is filled, caveated with X unknown, so we can't read it. And it takes Georgi, Cosimo and their colleagues 1,000 years to read what should have been 5 lines of text. So if you are auto-generating narratives, have a smarter auto-generator to save your staff time when writing it, when adjusting it, and also have your staff adjust it so that it makes it legible and sensible for humans to read, because you're supposed to be doing signal detection too, and when it's time to when you detect a possible signal, you should be doing so in a timely fashion. So to speed up the job, do them right. So yes, for serious, you should make a narrative, but it doesn't have to be a massive thing. If all you've downloaded is something which only merits 5 lines of text, because that's all you know, then write 5 lines of text, but write something that is concise and tells a story to the best of your ability with the knowledge that you have available to you.
Then another question relevant to this session. Sorry, I'm scrolling a bit. So there is one. Are you using artificial intelligence tool for MLM service?
That's a very good question. Yes, but in a very limited way. We have the MLM service is operated by contractors on our behalf. They requested from EMA the right to use an AI-based translation tool for translating the non-English articles into English. They performed a little pilot study. They took 5% of the previous year's cases, or articles, I should say, that needed translation, and translated them via the machine. Now, they'd already been translated by humans, I should say. For the first 8-9 years of a service, everything was human translated. And they showed that the decisions taken were exactly the same. So they looked at, when reading the article that was human translated and a different version of the same article that was machine translated, did the reviewer come to the same decision as to whether or not it was a case, yes or no? And they said, yes, it was. On the basis of their pilot study, we said, that's interesting, but perform a bigger study with tighter confidence intervals. I talked to a Thames statistician I found lying around our agency. We have a few of them around. They're very nice people. And he provided, did some power calculations to tell me what would be the sample size needed that we would have no lower than a 95% confidence interval. So the 95% confidence interval has a bound of 95.1 to 100% based on the sample size that they did for articles which should contain cases. And they repeated the study in a bigger format, and found again 100% concordance of the decisions. So this was an outcome-based study looking at the decisions. They showed the same results. So on that basis, we allowed the translation change to take place. I should say it's not just fully machine translated. If the decision is confirmed or potential ICSR, so we think it's got an ICSR in, then it also goes for human translation as well. So that way, whilst making the case, it's been translated by a certified human translator. It just means that for the articles which aren't cases, they are excluded. And 99% of the articles we retrieve through the MLM service don't have cases in. So it's sensible to take the decision sooner rather than wait 3-4 days for a human to waste time reviewing a pointless article. Well, not pointless, but an article which didn't need cases making from it. So in addition to that, we didn't just take it as read that this was okay. They also have to perform an annual revalidation. So they reperform the study every year on a week's worth of data. And I'm expecting those results in a couple of weeks' time. And if it still shows 100% concordance, fine, they can carry on. If it doesn't, then they'll be expected to do a reconciliation of the last year's work to look for translated articles which were rejected to verify whether or not they should be cases, and also to redo the study if they want to continue, but do it bigger with tighter confidence intervals and demonstrate that it's okay. So that's one tool, and we have. Do we have a little time? I could talk about a little bit about OWLS as a machine learning tool that we've developed. 2 minutes? Yeah. Okay. We developed a nice tool as well in-house. So that was using an off-the-shelf tool. In-house, we developed our own tool we call OWLS, Observing Worldwide Literature Screening. And what that does is it takes the output of our search results and then using the tags from Embase and also the text in the narrative, it classifies the information from the article or the abstract as confirmed or potential or no ICSR. So it's, no or potential ICSR. If you just take our search results, as I say, there are about 6 million search results and about 60,000 cases. So 1%, and in fact slightly less than 1% because some articles have multiple cases. So somewhere in the ballpark of 1-ish% of articles are relevant. So for every 100 articles that our reviewers are reviewing, 99% are discarded. OWLS used a machine learning model to review this and improve it, and worked on the basis of what had already been done by our humans. And it's able to exclude 66% of the articles that are returned, classifying them as, for example, pediatric no ADR, pregnancy no ADR and such like. So correctly classifying the rejections, and also correctly kicking out 66% of results returned with 0 loss of ICSRs. We're still in a development phase. We want to retest it on a bigger data set, and it's not yet sufficiently technologically reliable. It can be a little temperamental and closed down. So we're not using it on a day-to-day basis yet, but it's incredibly promising. And we're going to start off using it to prioritize our QA. So of the cases which are articles which are rejected through the MLM service, which is 99% of them, of those 10% are QA'd every day to double check that they weren't incorrectly rejected. But that's 10 out of 99. If we use our OWLS tool to focus down to the 33%, which are most likely to contain cases, then they could do the QA just on those where OWLS said maybe and the humans said no. We'll focus our QA on those ones which are the richest seam, the most likely to have been a mistake, and most likely to need to be have the decision changed. So that's where we're going to first use it. And then hopefully if it continues to demonstrate use, we can use it as a first pass before humans do it, so that our humans will be looking at throwing away 32 cases rather than 99, which will mean they're more likely to do a better job and more likely to identify the cases that we need. So that's our use of AI and also machine learning tools in the MLM service.
Thank you, Tom. Before stopping for the break, I would like to do another question because it's quite voted by the online colleagues. How to deal with the non-serious L2A reports reported mostly by regulatory authority, which should have been assessed as serious?
That's a good and valid question, and I answered that about 6 years ago when I wrote the detailed guide on data management. If you have any issues with L2A cases, contact the sender. The details on how to do so are in Annex 4 of the detailed guide on data management. If it's from an NCA, there's an actual list in that guide of email addresses for every single NCA. You just open the guide, so it's a last page of the guide as well, and you click the NCA's email address in question and write to them and say, hello, I think this case which I've downloaded via L2A and include the case number should be serious because of X. And then colleagues in the competent authorities will thank me for profusely for having pointed out how you can criticize them and give them slightly more work. And they'll also, because they're very diligent and thorough people, review the case and either send a follow-up correcting the case or reply saying, yeah, but the stuff you can't see in the narrative because it's L2A means it's not. And so that's how you do it. Over.
Many thanks, Tom. And at this point, I will suggest we break for coffee. Thanks a lot, and talk to you at 3 o'clock.
Okay, colleagues, welcome back. Let's get started with the next session. The first talk, Peter Alle talked about this paper from 2019 with 3 predictions about the future of pharmacovigilance looking towards 2030. So that's not too far from now. And the 3 predictions are collection of ICSRs will be smarter, increasing use of or realized use of real-world evidence, and then improved engagement of patients, healthcare professionals. And he did mention that there is one blind spot, and in the next session we will talk about the blind spot. Let me introduce the 4 speakers we have, with many thanks for their participation. We have 4 experienced colleagues. I'll start with Cosimo Zaccaria, who's been with the EMA for 18 years. He's signal management lead, and since 2022, he also is the chair of the Smart Methods group, and you will hear about this group that works on signal detection methods. He's also contributed to a number of tools, and you all are well familiar with the ERMR, and also looking into special populations such as pregnancy and pediatrics. And importantly, Cosimo coordinated the COVID-19 vaccine safety monitoring group, and there's also some quite rich lessons learned from this eventful period when it comes to methodology. Now, a second speaker from the EMA is Julie Durand, who's been with the agency for 19 years, 1 year longer than Cosimo. She has her academic background is in pharmacy, drug regulation, and data science. She's also works in the pharmacovigilance office and contributes to a number of AI initiatives, including as a member of the Science Working Group 14 on AI in pharmacovigilance, and you'll hear about that, the work of that group from her. And then we have 2 colleagues from industry. Claudia Leichmann, who's the head of Global Patient Safety and Pharmacovigilance Operations and Systems for Boehringer Ingelheim, and is also a system owner of the Global Safety Database, as well as process owner for all case processing related activities. And she's trained in medical information management and has an affiliation of the University of Ulm in Germany. And our fourth speaker is Attila Olach, who's the head of the Global Patient Safety and EU QPPV for Gedeon Richter. And he's a medical doctor with over 20 years of experience in pharmacovigilance in industry, and has also had senior leadership roles in patient safety and pharmacovigilance in various companies. And importantly, he's also a delegate of the, he represents the Medicines of Europe at the EudraVigilance Expert Working Group. So without further ado, after that, a little long introduction, but these are senior colleagues, so that is even a brief description takes a bit of time. I pass the floor to Cosimo with the first topic of Smart Methods Working Group, Harnessing Collective Expertise to Strengthen Signal Detection. Cosimo, over to you.
Thank you very much, Georgi, for the kind introduction, and good afternoon, colleagues in the room and online. So as mentioned by Georgi, today I'm going to be talking about the role of SMART, which stands for Signal Management Review Technical Working Group, and in this complex ecosystem of pharmacovigilance innovation. Let's start with this formation. Actually was created soon after the establishment of PRAC, and PRAC mandated this group in terms of collaboration between member states and EMA, with the objective to strengthen and simplify the signal management process in the EU. Now, there were three pillars considered: the continuous process evaluation, the exploration of new methodology, and of course, enhanced transparency. The objectives were divided in two work streams. The first one being the SMART process, really focusing on optimizing the workflow of the signal management process, also taking and identifying opportunities from existing strength, avoiding duplication. And the second working group, which is the scope of my presentation today, so I will expand much more on this group, is the SMART methods, which is focusing on, well, is working in parallel and is leveraging existing expertise by reviewing new approaches and techniques and methodology in signal detection, but also promoting closer collaboration among experts in this field. Now, in terms of operational aspects, I have the privilege to co-chair this group with Eugene van Pijnbroek and from LAREB. And since its establishment in 2012, we managed to hold quarterly meetings, and also we reported back to PRAC on a quarterly basis. The group also engages internationally, collaborating not only with the members of the NCA, National Competent Authorities, but also with academic centers and with the WHO Uppsala Monitoring Center. This, of course, ensures that our work remains connected to broader initiatives, as I said, avoids duplication effort, and also by tracking all the research initiatives, we keep oversight of the ongoing work, we learn from each other, and we support different exchange of knowledge. You can find more information online, so you will know what we do, who we are, and why we do that. So the objectives of SMART, going into the first objective is to manage a portfolio initiatives, and we prioritize research needs, we review test methods, we validate, and we implement the ones that are like evidence-based, and we ensure that the knowledge is transferred and properly communicated. However, the key drivers of this implementation are easy to development, easy to implement and maintain the tool once it's been validated, but also the results should be easy to be interpreted for a significant impact on the overall process. Over the past years, SMART achieved a number of improvements. We mentioned earlier on the creation of the electronic reaction monitor report as a screening tool that brings together the established format and the priorities which are listed in our guidance. But SMART delivered also a number of initiatives, namely the signal detection in vulnerable population, the tremendous work on COVID-19 and enhanced monitoring, which we'll talk a little bit more later on in my presentation. And then, of course, the more relevant and actual work on the AI in signal detection. I wanted to briefly touch on the current approach for prioritization, because this is the foundation and the base for what will bring actually the future. So currently we focus on a safety net of priority areas and terms, so major terms are likely to be drug attributable. So the designated medical events and the adverse event of special interest. This is important for us because we aim at reducing time to detection, avoid missing important and serious signals. So we go, it's time consuming, but this prevents us for really missing relevant information. And we apply that across all populations. And then we move on to a multi-layer approach where we combine different tools, such as the signal of disproportionate reporting. And this is, of course, trying to identify any imbalances together in the general population, but also in the vulnerable population. And finally, we also routinely screen the literature as a complementary source of evidence to anticipate potential signals that may not have yet reached disproportionality or flag into the spontaneous databases. So I wanted to introduce that type of approach or established approach, because then we can retrospectively look at the performance of these methods or the spontaneous reporting databases, in particular EudraVigilance. And over time, if we look retrospectively, we can see that what are the contribution of each data sources. So in blue, the blue bar represents EudraVigilance. And so this actually is consistently scoring the highest in triggering signal and showing that actually spontaneous data remains probably the most valuable source of information for signal detection, and followed by the yellow bars, which are over time increasing in terms of relevance as we are looking more systematically into the literature abstract, and they are actually also providing triangulating the information and strengthening the overall body of evidence. Following the pandemic, we decided to create a work plan for 2022-2025, which is reaching the end. And on the priority areas, we identified urgent methodological needs to be addressed, also following, of course, the pandemic. And in the experimentation group, we identified areas of further experimentation, such as the AI implementation into the signal detection process. And then we left also for consideration a further exploration and scoping other area of relevant research. Now let's dive in some of the main topics addressed within this work plan. Starting with the integration of electronic records and the real-world evidence into the system of signal detection process. Well, the pandemic served as a real positive stress because we had to rapidly generate evidence and contextualize the large volume of data into EudraVigilance. We decided to adapt and use the observed to expected analysis based on the coverage data from ECDC. And the comparison was done between the observed cases in EudraVigilance against the cases we would expect from the vaccinated population based on the stratified background incidence rate within a specific risk windows. And for example, thrombosis with thrombocytopenia associated with adenovectors and myocarditis with mRNAs were confirmed and contextualized based on this methodology. Then based on the experience gain, we publish lessons learned, actually emphasizing the role of a precise stratification, the consistent coding strategy, and the well-defined risk windows to match case definition, which is trivial for comparing spontaneous data with electronic records. But then, following the pandemics, we were faced with another challenge, which was the unprecedented overrepresentation of COVID-19 vaccines reports into the database. In practical terms, we observed about a threefold increase of EA cases due to COVID-19 vaccines, and this raised some concern in terms of masking effect. Of course, masking is a long-known bias with spontaneous data, where high volume of reports related to one product could obscure or delay the detection of other important safety signals. But given the unprecedented scale, PRAC asked us for advice to assess the magnitude of this bias. And we did so using two different methods. One was the method proposed by Julien et al. In 2013 of influential outliers. And the other one was with a complete removal of COVID-19 vaccines. We also inquired the members of the SMART and national competent authorities to see the magnitude of this impact and the range of this impact in the small databases. And overall, we assessed the impact also in EudraVigilance and in VGBase. Our testing suggests that the impact in large databases are moderate, given that we also use other prioritization strategies to complement and to remediate, let's say, the masking effect. Flagging the events that are most impacted is potentially one good solution. It's computationally friendly and easy to implement, mitigate the masking effect. But some national competent authorities, also the most impacted particularly, decided to also remove completely from the denominator the COVID-19 vaccines to let emerge other signals easily. So moving on to another important achievement, I'd like to mention the pregnancy work and the algorithm, which also led to another publication. Here, the work stemmed from the fact that E2B reporting format that does not include a specific data element to easily recognize or identify pregnancy cases. And we were particularly interested in adverse drug reactions occurring during pregnancy and not only drug exposure during pregnancy. Therefore, our objective was to identify data elements in the ICSR form that are likely to contain pregnancy-related information, and that for that reason, we managed to develop an algorithm that then we tested against the existing major group, which is the SMQ of pregnancy and neonatal topics, achieving important and significant improved performance. As I said, the focus on the algorithm is to improve and to serve as a new tool for signal detection and not only determine the exposure in pregnancy. And so we implemented the algorithm into the GVP on pregnancy and breastfeeding, and we aim to perform additional work to see how we can better implement it in routine signal detection activities for generation and better monitoring or enhanced monitoring on this vulnerable population. So moving on to another area which was quite relevant in this year actually, we also presented a poster recently at the ISOP in Cairo. And this is a work to, this is an area basically where spontaneous data always struggles to identify drug-drug interactions. So we had the opportunity to leverage more than 20 years of data and more than 27,000 signal records in a new system that is called Nemosine. And this system actually is able, or is a tool, I would say, is designed to transform unstructured information of our previous review of metadata into structured data, enabling systematic analysis and opening opportunities to a wide range of new use cases. So the approach flagged in particular for the drug-drug interactions that literature remains a key data sources in triggering signals of drug interactions, probably because there is a higher level of details provided on the mechanistic information. And also, generally, drug interactions are reported with general clinical terms that are difficult and challenging to address in a routine or systematic detection approach. So I think this is a good or nice example of how we can leverage previous historic information to better gain insight on a specific challenging research area. I try to find alternative explanation. In this case, literature monitoring is more efficient. Moving on, and I will go briefly here. In terms of other works done by SMART, looking into vulnerable population and identify elements that strengthen the prediction of very specific effects. We've implemented adapted or relative geriatric and pediatric ROR in the screening tools, and particularly for pediatrics. We have kind of attempted a list of targeted medical events that are clustered more often around serious, very serious or fatal, even in some cases in pediatrics. So these are prioritized regardless the statistical approach. And the expectation is that with the use of AI, we could leverage, the drug-drug interactions, which is challenging in geriatrics, but also we can leverage real-world evidence and provide input in GVP. And that's another couple of research areas we've assessed over time. One is the abuse. These are also very challenging. One is the abuse, misuse, medication error, and overdose, with the aim of assessing new methods for better monitoring or close monitoring. We performed here a descriptive analysis that could inform in the future possible routine report monitoring for trend identification. One of the alternative could be, or let's say innovative approach could be to have a time series analysis, which was a new method. Well, it's not a new method, but it was for the first time used in EudraVigilance. It was developed by Luis Pineiro and validated, which led also to publication. We have expectation to use this tool more often, particularly in situations where we can identify specific trend. And the approach was also used during the pandemics for assessing or reassuring that there was no batch issues with the COVID-19 vaccine. So I'm getting towards my conclusion here. So after implementing all of this methodology, the key question is that what's the impact of on the overall process? And this is relevant because this is what we actually implement if the tool works and works well. So it's important to have defined performance indicators such as the regulatory action rate for what we detect, the quality of individual cases reviewed that hopefully will improve based on guidance provided, and also the average individual cases reviewed to validate a signal that hopefully it's reduced based on the quality of the reports. And finally, the ultimate goal would be to reduce also the time to detection from the first report you received on EudraVigilance or from the first flag in the signal detection tool. So going forward, we ask the member states to tell us, or the member of SMART to tell us where is the area where they are struggling or there is the most important challenges going forward, and what would be the support needed to address these challenges. And in particular, I think there was a very consistent response across the group, which is encouraging, where the overlap of the responses points to a better responsible use of AI in pharmacovigilance, stratifying also where we need to prioritize the use of AI, the real-world evidence integration that we will play in the future a better role, and the collaboration of communication and training on the tools we develop. So in terms of AI, we started working on with the close collaboration with an internal group of digital innovation, so-called HDL, led by Luis Pineiro. And in this case, we mapped all the stages or the relevant stages of the signal detection workflow, going from the ICSR processing to the presentation of aggregated analytics, but also, as we implemented already internally, automatic screening of the literature to reduce irrelevant abstract, and the use of automatic extractions of ADRs from the product information to prioritize signal detection. And in the pipeline, we are testing the case review, the case adjudication, automatic case adjudication to identify the most relevant cases for review, as well as other tools that can improve our knowledge over time of historical records. So in terms of integration of real-world data, instead, we are looking at integrating other data sources. Of course, on the left-hand side, we are familiar with the routine use of spontaneous data, clinical trial data, literature reports, EPA, historical signals records. However, we are using occasionally, in certain situations or during prac reviews, also electronic records, hospital records, and so on. And we would like to make that more routine approach. But on the right-hand side, that's the aspiration or the challenge, where we should start looking at potential use of additional data sources, which are the pharmacogenomics data, chemical structure, mechanistic of actions to predict or serve as a predictive model for signal detection, which are a huge amount of data, including the device and mobiles. So in conclusion, we actually provided a crucial role in the innovation of research in signal detection. The COVID-19 pandemic was really unprecedented in terms of methodological standards, but also in fast generation contextualization of data. Future opportunities involve leveraging AI in pharmacovigilance, better integration of real-world evidence, and the collaborative effort will enable us to transform more data into more public health outcome. And with that, I will stop my presentation. Thank you very much.
Cosimo, thanks very much. Very interesting, and it's nice to move away a little bit from the procedural part and look into methodologies and what the future holds. And with that, very grateful for industry colleagues, Claudia and Attila, for joining us, and we look forward to hearing from you. I'll leave it to you how two of you share the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This presentation was co-created by Attila Ola and myself, Attila from Medicines for Europe and myself together with my colleague Sven Kohler from FPR. And we can move to the next slide. What we want to do in the next, hopefully 15 minutes, is to show you a little bit some of the examples that are already in use within industry, especially talking about our experience in case processing, also looking in how we can use AI to go towards steering processes, and then also talk about what we want to do in downstream processes such as authoring, or even in the very last slide talking about patient-facing topics and prediction. I first want to start, and I want to talk you through this clockwise, with defining a little bit and looking at the difference or the overlap between when we talk about automation, AI, and then the newest topic of agentic AI. And just from my perspective, this whole presentation just involves our personal perspectives here. Many automation topics in case processing and in other tasks as well can be addressed by rule-based automation, which can be specified, tested, validated, and is always producing the expected outcome. You specify if A, then B. You always, if you have A, you get B. Now, AI for us comes into play in general when we cannot go with rule-based automations, but we want to enhance our process. We want some help in our process, additional safety nets in our processes, or additional tasks that we cannot do now with automation, or where we also think with increasing volume or increasing complexity of text we might need some help, for example, in free text analysis, unspecified actions based on previous data, and I'll talk about some examples. We have to be very aware that AI usage has downsides, for example, and the biggest downside we all know about is the hallucinations. So AI does not always have a fixed outcome, and prompting techniques do not, as good as they are, do not consistently produce the same outcome. Thus, it's not guaranteed that if you say A, you always get B. And that is something to keep in mind when we do risk analysis, when we look at risk minimization of the things we are doing in our processes. Now, agentic AI is the newest topic that if you go to any pharmacovigilance conference these days, you hear about agentic AI, as you've heard about AI, Gen AI in the last years, is introducing a new level of AI, which is to introduce systems that are supposed to be autonomous, providing insights, thinking, and I put that in quotes as well, and reasoning. It's very powerful when used for the right use case, understanding what I put on the left, that there are risks when we are doing this. I want to start with a very small, as I think, example of what we have done. We have introduced within Boehringer Ingelheim AI for intake of information from forms such as SIAMS forms and from partially structured mails that come from our EDC system and go into our safety system for SAEs when they come up first time. So we have the information there right away. And this is information that's easy to use, easy to read, and it's very clear which information is where. But you can also extrapolate that use case into more unstructured information. We have implemented that on top and within our validated computer system for safety. It's described in the validation plan and integrated in release frameworks, which means there is no magical self-learning happening in the background, but everything is controlled via new releases where we fully understand what's being done, where we can also test and assess our risk again. We have, because of this risk awareness, a two-factor human oversight. And the first is that we have transparency within the process to exactly see what comes from rule-based automation when we start the process of data intake and what comes from AI, with the ability to change whatever is read by the AI engine. And then we also do a monitoring after the fact to see which changes have been made, to have the possibility to look at the performance of the model that is used, to look at the prompting, and to look at the implementation. So we have oversight, control, and the possibility to improve through a human looking at pattern recognition. Next slide, please. I want to show you how this looks like in the system. This is basically a split screen that an associate sees that works within our workflow, where on the left you see the original document, that is the partially structured email that we get from the EDC system. And then you see on the right, in gray, on the left column of the right screen, you see in gray what either has been read by the engine, you see that described, or has been computed based on our rule-based automation. And then in the slightly yellow, you see what the associate can change based on what the AI engine has read. And they can, if they see here the date that was implemented, what was read by the engine is wrong, they can override it, and with that ensure this 4I principle. And then if we go to the next slide, what we can look at on a regular basis, we can see on a daily basis what are the data as they came in under the column extracted data, and what is the data as it immediately leaves the workflow after intake. So what was it that the associate, the manual human person thought was wrong and changed? And with that, we can do over time trending. We can see, are there specific fields or are there specific forms where the whole setup isn't performing well? And then we can discuss that with our vendor, and we can update either whatever it is, the model, the algorithms, the prompting, the configurations, or whatever we need. We also think over time, currently we're doing 100% quality control in the workflow by a human of that. We think over time we can get a good feeling of where the problems may arise, and can derive from that a more focused review process, but I'll talk a little bit about that, why I think that might be needed over time. For the time being, we are doing this since March this year, 2025. For the time being, we're staying with 100% human review. I've listed some other potential use cases. I have to say none of that is currently implemented in our company, but potentially implemented somewhere in industry in some of the system. The first is something that goes into intelligent coding of adverse event, everything that goes beyond the exact matches that we have. Also there, I think it is very important that, same as we saw before, where you saw these yellow fields, that the user is always able to see what's a direct match, what's a synonym file approved match. That you don't need to re-review and re-review. But what is a match that comes from this intelligent coding by an AI-generated code, and to review and to use their brain, their knowledge of the points to consider, their knowledge of some other coding guidelines, their understanding of what the reported term is supposed to be saying, and to then be able to override that, having the human and scientific perspective in mind. An external application that is already set up for concomitant therapies by the UMC. It's already there for potential use, and I think also there we need to get more familiarity, more measuring of what the performance is, because we cannot just implement use and hope for the best in this direction. The next is data extraction from full literature, from the full text of a literature article. We have seen in systems that reading the abstract, knowing, yes, this is an article that needs specific looking at, that's an article that potentially also has an ICSR in it, is something that can work very well. When we looked in the past, always in the past 5 years, when we looked at testing AI for reading ICSR information from the full text, so we get the real ICSR data from there, we've seen that many times the information is in tables or in graphs and not so easy to be found via an AI algorithm. We'll keep testing this and see where we are heading towards, always having in mind that this is something to be looked at carefully. And then another part, and we've talked about narratives in some sessions before, is what companies implement in systems is Gen AI-based narratives based on the structured data in the database and also on the additional comments that we get from reporters, with the goal to integrate these comments with the structured information into a very well readable narrative that you see, which is something that's doable but needs review. And again, there, a word of caution, not everything that looks nice is necessarily correct. So this is something also where the associates reviewing and checking and cross-checking have to do a very good job in spotting what could be wrong and then making changes as they need to be. And then just for completeness, because I don't want to give a biased presentation here, there are systems that promise to be fully AI-based. I think that needs a lot of review. There's also rule-based automation mixed with AI-based automation, and that's also something that needs a lot of review. I just want to spend 15 more seconds on this slide talking about what I call review fatigue. If we say in all of these applications within case processing, we do 100% review. We, for example, seen a 90% correctness of the data we have in our small use case that we currently have. I think what we run into a risk is that those associates doing the approval and the QC will say, yeah, correct, and don't see anymore if it's correct or if it's not correct. And therefore, I think a clear QC mechanism, also in the sense of what we've heard from Tom before, to maybe have another AI algorithm or another way of analytics on our data within the workflow to say, okay, here you have to pay special attention to focus on some of the items that we need to look at, while knowing others are correct, so that critical thinking still can be applied. I want to just point people to this article written by the University of Copenhagen. Whenever we talk about AI, we hear, let's write narratives, and we hear, let's do AI-based causality assessment. And I think this article here is good for reading, to see that this is not something that happens with magic. We need to very critically think about how we prompt, which language model we'll use, which algorithm we use, and be very conscious about the fact that this is not 100% correct, whatever is done here, and to also look at some of the technologies that are there to do this better, and before we jump into using an AI-based algorithm for individual case assessment of causality. Agentic AI is, as I said, the newest thing on the block, and I just want to pick up from what was discussed here before from data quality. These agentic AI systems are individual components of applying either rule-based automation or AI automation, and then having an agent that controls the different tools, modules from running. I think we have a potential here in the area of data quality, where we have programmed quality checks in the workflow. We have trained individuals. We have 4I principles, but still there are always topics where something slips through. And I think looking at historical data, doing some predictions of what data might look at, we could potentially, that doesn't exist, but potentially think about crafting a quality agent for PV that alerts users when they enter something, that says, you're entering a case for a program that never had a patient from this country, are you sure? To say, look, your indication is totally different from what you have in your labels. Look at if you have to create an off-label use case. To avoid quality issues right when we enter, rather than having to go in it after the fact and then sending corrections. So I think there's potential. Haven't seen any of that in practice yet, but yeah, we should think about that, adding additional safety nets to what we do in our workflows to be able to use AI as an assistant and to make sure we are producing what we have to produce. This is just a short look at what we have already implemented in terms of such a measuring, tracking, looking at historical data tool. This is a tracker, an alert system we have put into place, looking into the last 3 years of submissions to regulatory authorities, some of them, that looks into the submissions from the day before and alerts us based on a machine learning model if the submissions we have made the day before fall outside a specific range, which could mean for some reason we are falling into over-reporting, for some reason we are falling into under-reporting. And this sends us an alert, and then we can look into what's happening. Many times when we don't have a lot of cases, it's about not receiving the acknowledgements from the respective authority, or it is about, there was a Sunday, as you can see here, holidays that you can see here that was figured in. But you get the focus to checking when checking is needed. And that is also something that could be used as a precursor for an agent to set up something like that. There are, of course, use cases in downstream processes, in aggregate report writing. where we could imagine to, and companies do that already, to use existing aggregate reports for a specific product, to use templates, to use then the new data, to assemble where are the changes and to draft a new aggregate report. What's needed for that, from my perspective, is good documentations of the assessments that were done during the course of the reporting period, the data availability, and good prompting to get what we want in the individual chapters. And that's also a use case for agentic AI. However, what we always try to make clear, the period of writing a safety update is not when we start looking at the data. That's a summary of what we have. The real work is done during the period, and this could be used to aggregate all the information that has been gathered there. And then I want to come, in the interest of time, to the last slide, a framework around the use of AI. We are not, and I always try to convey that to everyone, we are not in pharmacovigilance, patient safety, a technical function that has the task to provide technology or to create technology. We are a data and scientific function that has the task to take the data we get from our reporters, to process them so that in the end we can use the data in the correct way. We need quality, and we of course need compliance. So what we have to make sure is to make sure that every user is trained on the risks of AI. Everyone who verifies data has to know what the risks are, that system owners and process owners are aware of the technology and can do a risk-based assessment in an informed way. We have to make sure we can all pick the right tool, rule-based, normal, human process, or AI, and ensure that everything is transparent, that we have the human in the loop, understanding the concepts, for example, of false negative, and ensure, of course, all the topics around data confidentiality, bias, etc., that we comply with that and that everything is documented. Now, I think we could spend another half an hour on, if you just go to the next slide, on the topics of predictions, which are what I always say, we need a little bit more brain work around that than in the process of case processing. For example, predicting from our tox data into patient data to ensure we do the right trials, to ensure we minimize the risks to the patients in the studies, or to have patient-facing tools where we find digital biomarkers and can foresee by measuring those if an adverse event builds up, and can have a tool intervene with the HCPs and the patients to prevent serious events from happening in the course of the use of our drugs with the patients. And with that, I want to close here, and I think we'll do questions after the next presentation. Thank you.
Claudia, thank you very much. Really helpful examples and principles, and congratulations for managing such a complex topic in short time. Much appreciated. I'll pass now to Julie for the last presentation, and it will take questions at the end. Over to you, Julie.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me well, and apologies for the voice. So I'm going to briefly introduce or remind colleagues of the imminent report on AI in pharmacovigilance that was drafted by the SciAMS Working Group 14. So for those who don't know, SciAMS stands for Council for International Organizations of Medical Sciences, and it celebrated its 75th anniversary last year. Its mission is to advance public health through guidance, particularly in the areas of bioethics, pharmacovigilance, and product development. SciAMS, the Working Group 14 on AI in pharmacovigilance, was formed in 2022, and the idea was to gather experts from a broad group of stakeholders to address the use opportunities and challenges of AI applied specifically to the field of pharmacovigilance. So one important motivation for the use of AI in pharmacovigilance, amongst others, is the need to have more scalable processes. And this was particularly striking during the COVID-19 pandemic, where we saw an explosion of spontaneous reports linked to the vaccines, which had to be processed and analyzed in a short amount of time. The science report on AI in pharmacovigilance is meant to provide a broad framework of best practices for developing and implementing AI solutions in pharmacovigilance. It is not intended to be a detailed technical guide. And the reason for that is that AI is such a fast evolving field that being too technical would risk dating the report very quickly, even published, even before it got published. The report focuses on the management and analysis of individual case safety reports from any source, so spontaneous reports, studies, the medical literature, and social media. It is targeting staff and organization working in pharmacovigilance, but also organizations and vendors that are researching or developing AI solutions for the pharmacovigilance domain. So the work started before the generative AI revolution, which brought upon its disruption and so to say, paradigm shift. So that has been something that's the group had to deal with. And this fast evolving environment was one of the motivations to try and remain relatively technology agnostic and to really focus on principles. It has taken around 3.5 years, 12 full group meetings and many small group meetings to wrap up the report. There was a public consultation earlier this year, and there was quite a constructive engagement from the stakeholders that participated, and I think overall the draft was well received. So this is the structure of the report. It's not a short document. It's the latest Word version I've seen was over 160 pages. It is organized around guiding principles, as I mentioned in the previous slide, with each principle having a dedicated chapter. And I will expand a little bit on this in the next slides. There is also a landscape analysis, which provides an overview of how AI has been used in the pharmacovigilance space from the early days to more recent applications. And there is also an overview of relevant regulatory documents. There is a future considerations chapter that discusses how AI may further transform the pharmacovigilance space and what that could mean for each guiding principles. And then we have a series of appendices, and that include notably a glossary, and as well as 8 case studies. So the guiding principles that structure the report were derived from selected publications on the safe and responsible use of AI in diverse regulatory fields. And the group focused obviously on those the most relevant to the pharmacovigilance domain. So I'm going to give really a teaser of the chapters mainly on the guiding principles. The risk-based approach is the first principle discussed in the report, and the reason is that it underpins the other guiding principles. The chapter discusses various types of risks, that may be associated with the use of AI in pharmacovigilance. There is a slight emphasis on patient safety, on risks to patient safety, since it's the main objective of pharmacovigilance. For the risk assessment, the report recommends considering the AI system itself, meaning the underlying technology, the context of use. So is the system going to support a critical activity? And the impact and likelihood of risks materializing. The likelihood and impact of missing a duplicate case is not the same as missing a rare, very serious safety signal. The report touches upon a few possible risk mitigation approaches, either proactive or reactive when an issue has been detected. So as a rule, some level of human oversight is always required in pharmacovigilance processes, but the extent and modalities of human oversight will follow a risk-based approach, which is discussed a little bit more in the chapter. The report discusses three commonly mentioned modalities of human oversight, so human in the loop, human on the loop, and human in command. But it acknowledges that these may be understood and applied in different ways according to the organization. The second part of the chapter discusses how the increasing use of AI is bound to transform traditional roles in and around pharmacovigilance, and how this requires appropriate and carefully crafted change management and training strategies. And this provides a segue to the next chapter on validity and robustness, since the critical appraisal of AI systems is a skill that PV professionals need to acquire. So the chapter provides a consideration on performance evaluation during the development of AI systems, with some emphasis on representativeness. The report also discusses the continuous monitoring of performance after deployment, and with the issues of performance degradations and data drift. The report recommends transparency around the design of the AI systems, its expected inputs and outputs, and importantly, the results of the performance evaluation. It acknowledges that explainability is not always achievable, but this should be acknowledged and discussed. The protection of data privacy is particularly important in the pharmacovigilance applications, and the recent technological advances may pose an increased risk to data privacy, and this mandates appropriate safeguards. Moving on to fairness and equity, the report really insists that the outputs of AI systems used in pharmacovigilance should, as far as possible, be relevant to all populations that are or will be exposed to the drugs under monitoring. So it's important to identify and mitigate unfair bias to the extent possible. And the chapter proposes some strategies or areas of concerns to achieve this. And just as the series of chapters on the guiding principles starts with the risk-based approach, it is wrapped up, so to say, with the principles of governance and accountability. And the chapter advocates a robust governance in place and clear roles and responsibilities. The report introduces so-called governance framework grid. And the idea is that organizations can use the grid to document key elements for each principle that is discussed in the report, and each phase of the life cycle of the AI system applied to a particular PV process. So this concludes the principles part of the report. Just a few words on the glossary. So it defines around a little bit short of 80 terms from the pharmacovigilance, artificial intelligence, and quality assurance governance domains. Some definitions were sourced from other available guidance documents or the scientific literature. Just a note that the definition, the term artificial intelligence is defined through a system, and this is based on the OECD definition, which, as you know, also models the definition that was used in the EU AI Act. So the final report will be published in the coming weeks, certainly before the end of the year. SciAMS is considering holding some webinars, as has been done for other reports, and possibly a publication in a peer-reviewed journal. And of course, group members will continue to present the report in various fora, such as conferences and workshops. And that concludes the presentation, which hopefully gave you a really high-level a glimpse into the very rich and deep report. So it's I did not intend to go into much detail, but hopefully that this motivates you to look at the report when it is published. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Julie. Very clear and timely. I hope colleagues' appetite is there for the coming publication, which is not long from now. Let's take questions. We have maybe 5-7 minutes. So first, colleagues from the room, as the order goes, if there is anybody. We have Dr. Mohammed. Please give it a try. I'm not sure if it worked last time, but try again.
Hello. Am I audible?
We can hear you. Go for it.
Yeah, thank you. My question is to Claudia, if I may ask. So Claudia, I wanted to actually, it was interesting what you kind of shared on the use of AI at the intake. So my question is, how do you govern the performance of the output of the tool? And what is the framework behind that?
Yeah, so first of all, the governance of the model, the algorithms used, etc., that's done at the vendor. How we govern the output, and the output is the correct and good reflection of the data that are coming in. And this is where this check within the workflow, the check in the reports that we get, and believe me, we also have like many other steps in our workflow as well as out of process QC steps, where we look into the correctness of the data that we have. And that put all together, everything triggers in the one or the other way, an analysis of where things come from. And that is how we look into that. And all is described in our manuals, in our validation documentation, our validation plans, in our QC documentations, etc.
Thanks, Claudia. Just to follow up to that, do you have any kind of quantification of metrics of the quality of the output?
So what we are looking at, and I thought
a last question, so that we don't. Claudia, please respond to that one, and then let's not engage in discussion, because I would like to give just this slide of questions as well. Claudia, please.
Yeah. very short, very small sample size so far, just a few thousand items, and the analysis based on the corrections. That is what we have.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks so much. Should we put the slide on? I'm conscious that one question supported by many participants has some weight. So I'll take the first one. So maybe there was one question, so I take a few seconds related to when would we see the GVP on pregnancy and breastfeeding. And I'm delighted to let you know that it has been endorsed by the PRAC, and we're in the process of final editorial checks and preparing for publication. It will come either this end of the year or more likely in January. So we won't manage as a Christmas present, but you'll see it very early next year. So let's go then to the first question with 15 thumbs up. I'll read it and then I'll direct it to Cosimo. These proportionality methods are PRR produce statistical signals which require a qualitative analysis of ICSRs that often lack crucial information to perform a clear causality assessment. Furthermore, the exposure data is missing in the EV database, which is true. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have it there? But I'm not sure that is possible. How to overcome these limitations, Cosimo?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. It's very relevant, and I'll try to be brief to say that this is exactly our target. That's why we are trying to aim at improving our performance. We know exactly what is our positive predictive value, and as I said, during the signal detection screening, we have a multi-layer approach in prioritization, and therefore, in terms of disproportionality, we rely on clinical relevance and clinical review of the assessor, and above all, of course, all these methodologies we put into the tools needs to be combined from the relevance coming from literature and other data sources, as I said, integration with real-world evidence. But to give a bit of perspectives, we are focusing pretty much in this area to try to become more efficient I provide also some sort of triage, qualitative information, and case adjudication to see if it's enough populated and it can support causality assessment.
Okay, thanks, Cosimo. Let's take the next one with 13 thumbs up. That's for industry colleagues, Claudia and Attila. I'm not sure. I'll leave it to you who will take it. For the industry perspective presentation, how do you see the future of AI in literature review for other types of safety information beyond ICSR detection? Claudia, I'll pass to you.
Thank you. Just in short, I think it has great potential because that's where the language models and Gen AI tasks come in, have a huge amount of information and condense it, where you need to have in mind if something pops up and you need to be aware of the risks. So yeah, very great potential, I think, to think about very more in depth.
Thank you very much, Claudia. And your clear, succinct answers allows us to take, let's take 2 more questions, and then I won't eat any more of the time of the next session. So we have the next question that relates to, I think colleagues can see that I won't read the whole of it. Does the histogram, showing sources of signals related to signals detected, but not necessarily validated by the EMA, etc. Cosimo, I'll pass that one to you.
Yes, thank you. I think what you're referring to is mostly, your question is mostly the second part where you say that based on the experience, literature cases are the most common drivers for PI update, and we don't necessarily see that. So what we've seen is in the confirmed signal, so assessed by PRAC, what leads to PI update is really the level of evidence provided in the cases, and I would say it's event related. Certain events are more successfully detected through spontaneous reporting. Other cases or other signals, such as the one I presented on drug interactions, are more successfully detected from literature.
Great. Generous, Paolo, to offer one more question to this session. So let's take that 8 thumbs up on the AI case processing topic. What QC checks are doing retrospectively for cases that went through the AI tool and case processing completely. Claudia, is it okay to address to you?
Yeah, also I'll try to be short. They go through the same checks that we do for all other cases where we have in-process, out-of-process QC on individual fields, but also checks for, do we have invalid cases that shouldn't be invalid? Do we have pregnancies that should be handled differently, etc.? So they go through the same procedure as all the other cases.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you to the presenters and to the audience for the engagement. And Paolo, thank you for the generosity. Over to you.
Thank you, Georgi. Colleagues, we are arriving to the penultimate session of, actually, the last session of the agenda today. And we are trying to get a little bit of a look to the future. So what is coming our way in the context of EudraVigilance and other related aspect. In particular, we will have Anna Coquino and Dania Fanaren and Joao talking respectively about medicinal product reporting in EudraVigilance, and in particular the relationship between Article T7, the current dictionary that we have, and IGDMP, so the future. Joao will also introduce a few changes that are upcoming in the EudraVigilance system, and in particular also that presentation will tackle some questions that we had in the slide, but I decided on purpose, because we are talking here, not to address in the previous sessions. So I would like to give the floor to Anya and Anna. Anya has been already well introduced by Peter at the beginning. Instead, Anna is working in Data Analytics Task Force and is leading activity on data quality and is a member of the ICH MEDRA Management Committee. As a background, she's a medical doctor and she has worked previously in pharmacovigilance, leading on activities related to implementation and guidance of medicinal product dictionary in the context of ADR and ADR in EudraVigilance. Ladies, over to you.
So thank you, Paolo, for having the opportunity again to have a look at the future. And as Alexis already said this morning, it's also good to look back a little bit. So before we look at the future, we first go back a little bit in history when I briefly explain what the ISO IDMP standards are and what the initial driver was for developing these. And after that, I will hand over to Anna to explain the impact of this for the future of the XEVMPD. Now, when we talk about ISO IDMP, what are we actually talking about? And some of you may have seen this picture before. We call it a wedding cake. And it's to illustrate that it's a set of ISO standards and technical specifications to identify medicinal products. And the aim of this set of standards is to ensure worldwide interoperability across regulatory as well as healthcare communities. So if we take this wedding pie out, there is, for example, a standard on substances, a standard on pharmaceutical dose forms, units of presentations, route of administration and packaging, one for units of measurements, one for pharmaceutical products, and one for the medicinal products. Now, if you, for example, would open up the standard for medicinal products, it's the 11615, you will see nicely colored models like this. And you will see that those ISO standards contain many, many attributes. And some of these are necessary to create identifiers, codes. And so the implementation of those IDMP standards, in the end, it will lead to product identifiers with a different level of precision. So you will have a substance ID, but also pharmaceutical products IDs. And then you have to think about paracetamol tablets, paracetamol 500 milligram, or paracetamol 500 milligram tablets, things like that. And there's also the most precise one, medicinal product ID. And last but not least, there is also a medicinal product package ID. So this picture, I will not go into it in a lot of detail, but this just shows how 3 of the very relevant identifiers relate to each other. On the left side, you have the MPID, medicinal product identifier, which is most precise. And then via the PHPID, those pharmaceutical product identifiers, you can also go to the substance IDs. So when we talk about ISO IDMP, you may have heard that pharmacovigilance was the initial driver for developing these standards. And actually, it was the ICSR exchange, the global exchange of ICSRs, that was the driver for developing IDMP. And if you look at this picture where national competent authorities, pharmaceutical industry, and EMA are exchanging ICSRs, you will also see that everybody is using their own dictionary, their own drug database. Currently, the information on drugs in the ICSR is exchanged as free text. And every stakeholder is taking text from their own drug database, which not necessarily match the drug database of the receiving organization. For NCAs, for example, some of us use a drug database that we also use in our regulatory procedures. Some use the WHO drug dictionary, and some use a dictionary that's also used in the clinical domain for prescribing and dispensing. And all these things that are now exchanged as free text do not match the text that's in the XEVMPD. So everybody is classifying those ICSRs against their drug databases to make it available for analysis. And this picture doesn't even take into account the responsibility of pharmaceutical industry, that they also have to exchange the ICSRs with regulatory authorities all over the world. So these cases are also sent to FDA, TGA, and they are doing the same thing. So it's easy to see just from this picture how replacing free text with IDMP identifiers will make ICSR processing much more efficient, will make data analysis more accurate, and we can also have better signal detection. So the nice thing is that the ISO ICSR in E2BR3 format that that's mandatory in the EU already is ready for using IDMP identifiers. In fact, we are already using 2 of the IDMP standards. We are already using the one for units of measurements, the milligram, milliliter, things like that. And we are also using the standard for pharmaceutical dose forms and routes of administration. The ICSR format also contains data elements for transmitting the IDMP identifiers that I mentioned, the MPID, those PHP IDs, and substance IDs. And for these, we are still waiting for these IDMP identifiers to become available. As ICSR exchanges, we are sort of waiting for the IDMP implementation to become reality. But it's not an easy job. And this picture I've copied from an old EMA presentation. It just shows the landscape, the global landscape that's working on IDMP implementation. So ever since the first IDMP standards were published in 2012, many stakeholders have been working on a global implementation. And in the right-hand corner, you will see that EMA/EU is working on a SPORE program. And this is the moment to hand over to Anna, because she will explain what the impact of this SPORE program is for the XEVMPD, the Article 57 database.
Thank you, Anja. Yes, this is my cue to try to bring this closer to home. So bring the whole ISO IDMP story into a context of EudraVigilance and how exactly, let me just and how exactly this impacts the EudraVigilance users today. So naturally, the story starts. Starts with our own EudraVigilance dictionary that is currently the base for Article 57 submissions and development products. So this is not necessarily something new to anyone in this room, but it's worth reminding where we're starting from, and the fact that today in EudraVigilance we have the medicinal product dictionary at the very core of the system, and containing two types of information there. On one side, you have a big part of it, the authorized medicinal product, which is everything that's authorized in EU, national, MRP, DCP, and centrally authorized product, all in the same format. And that has been going on for a very long time already. This submission is bound by some very strict timelines, and that's important to know, to understand that there's great data flow going on in our systems. That data is promptly submitted and then maintained as the variation come through. And a smaller portion of our dictionary also refers to development, investigation, and medicinal product information. And this is what we have live today behind EudraVigilance system. Now, this image does a bit of a callback to what you've seen a bit earlier with Plavix and clopidogrel, and it's actually coming from our live XCVMPD. And you see here somewhat of a predecessor of what will be later be the PHPID that you were shown there today. So today, the medicinal product information that is in XCVMPD is calculated and it's processed in such in a way that's similar to the concept of PHPID of the future, with active ingredients and their strengths and so on and so forth. And that is what calculates then things like ERMR dashboards and so on and so forth. So we're heading that way. It's I guess the message in this slide. Now, XCVMPD on one side, but what is this story with the PMS? So PMS is the implementation of ISO IDMP in Europe, and it's live as well today. As a basis, it has the products information that is today in XCVMPD. At some point, all the data that is in XCVMPD has been migrated as a one-off, if you'd like, to start off the going live of the PMS. And it has been migrated, as you see here, this picture. So, for example, take authorized pharmaceutical form that was in XCVMPD has been migrated in the respective field of the PMS, and the rest, as you see in this image. Now, since it also the data also flows in a live pattern, so as we receive it in XCVMPD, it updates the PMS on a daily basis, on an instant almost basis, and is the basis for other regulatory processes. So, for example, shortages relies on this information in PMS, while us here, the pharmacovigilance, we rely on XCVMPD data. So these two medicinal product dictionary coexist as it is today in parallel, as both live, both supporting different use cases is I guess my message. But naturally, that's a bit of a data management nightmare and not necessarily a state that we want to be in permanent. What we would like to do is to have XCVMPD slowly retired as we migrate the data, as we migrate the systems that are today supported by XCVMPD to be supported by PMS. So you have a bit of a picture in the upper right corner here saying, we would like to shift the data submission to go to PMS and to support EudraVigilance and many other systems, but this is the focus of this group today. What we already have, so what kind of elements we have already in place that support data interoperability. I already mentioned this for the substance product organization referentials. These are already, there's been work going on in the background, in the back kitchen of the system to get there. So for example, for the substances, the data in XCV-MPD is mapped to the substance existing in SMS. So there is such a mapping, even if it's not immediately obvious to someone using XCV-MPD, it exists back there. What also happens is that the SMS service is, in fact, the system that supports the substances in XCV-MPD. So when a new substance comes, say, on the market, or when there's a need for a new substance, that's being pushed from the SMS service to XCV-MPD. So the integration is there in the back end. The product I have just explained, the PMS consumes most of the XCV-MPD data and then enriches it with some information, for example, manufacturers that are not part of XCV-MPD but are part of PMS. The organization data and the referential data, both of them are similarly mapped in the background. So you won't see them necessarily there in the XCV-MPD if you open, browse through products, but the mappings exist back there and maintained, and the data is somewhat ready for a migration. What it would be like in the future? Well, once we would move fully to PMS, then you would have substance data visible and supported of a better granularity, building of a proper PHP ID as is described in the ISO standards. You'd have product data submitted in one single place and not into directly to PMS with XCV-MPD replaced organization data directly seen in the product information, the QPPV information also being part of this, and the referential similarly directly supported in there. Oop. Did it go to slides? Sorry, it's no. So how exactly will this moving forward with PMS work? Well, it's difficult. It takes time, but we're still, but we are on it. It takes, for one, it will take enabling data submission and product and management of data in PMS. It's a difficult topic, and obviously not for a 10 minutes presentation, but addressing legacy data. So there's 500,000 or so products back there in the XCV-MPD is no easy task, no small task, but it needs to be done. It needs integration of regulatory processes that it's far wider than just pharmacovigilance, and those need careful consideration. Naturally, given such a wide landscape, there's a need for multiple teams across different use cases and also multi-stakeholder involvement. So member states, marketing authorization holders, sponsors, just to name a few, do need to be constantly involved to get this through. When it comes to when we are reluctant to necessarily commit to timelines, but this is the gist of the presentation is that we really want to accelerate this. We really want to put this as a priority on our work plan. And there's many groups like the Network Data Steering Group or the ROG that discuss this today and try to move this forward as fast as it possibly can be done. And naturally, it needs to have a lot of consideration of the resource, of the system dependency, close collaboration, and a lot of stakeholder communication, as it involves a lot of moving parts that need to be taken into account. That being said, it is a multi-year effort, that much we know, so there's nothing to expect that will go on, say, next year. But with patience, with teamwork, we should be getting there. There's a lot of benefits. I'm just naming a few. Definitely, when it comes to ERMR generation, to take one, will help with the supporting a better granularity. So a better management of product data, of substance data, comes with a better aggregation as well, and eventually, for example, ERMR being one of them, but not only. Analytics in general, dashboards will benefit from having a better backbone when it comes to data analytics. Interoperability is big topic, and it's definitely enhanced by the implementation of ISO IDMP standard. It facilitates data exchange, data analysis, and of course the integration with sport terminologies open up a lot of doors and a lot of connected use case that can be of use. With that, I will close with my key messages that I would like to pass to you today. Would like to be very clear that XCVMPD is the receiving and live system to date for authorized and development data. It supports pharmacovigilance use case today, but we'd like to transition to a target state. So over the next years, we'll slowly move things towards PMS in a controlled, in a mindful way, until we get to a target state that looks to a unique central shared repository of product data. It's our goal to have this as centralized, as simplified as possible for everyone involved. And last but not least, the ISO IDMP identifiers are what tie up everything together. There's the requirement of coming from ICSRs and a well-planned implementation with pharmacovigilance stakeholders agreement on a harmonized approach to guidance is the ultimate goal here in the implementation in the ICSR world and regulatory world more widely. With that, I'll thank you for your attention, and I'll close here my presentation today. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Anna and Anya. Now we move to Joao for receiving an update on EudraVigilance, on what is coming our way. Joao is a pharmacist specializing in pharmacovigilance and with an extensive experience on individual case safety reporting. He's a senior member of the healthcare data team at EMEA, and is involved in various activities related to ICSR, data collection, management, quality assurance. In the EMEA Agile project management governance, he has the key role of product owner for the EudraVigilance system, with important responsibility for the further development of EudraVigilance from a data and business perspective. Joao, over to you.
Thank you, Paulo, and welcome colleagues to the last topic of this forum. My name is João, and I'll walk you through the upcoming updates on EudraVigilance. In particular, I'll talk about the data masking guideline, the ICSR download APIs, and the additional values for study type and patient sex. Excuse me. So starting with the data masking guideline, this started as the outcome to an audit performed by the European Data Protection Supervisor on the pseudonymization procedures in personal data masking, where the EDPS recommended the agency to adopt, together with joint controllers, i.e. the European Commission and NCAs, a common masking policy that should be complied by all entities sending data to EudraVigilance. Therefore, the agency, in consultation with NCAs, the agency together with NCAs and in consultation with marketing authorization holders, developed the masking guideline that should be implemented by all senders of ICSRs and SUSARs. And it was published in July of this year as GVP6 Addendum 2. And it provides instructions that complement the data protection laws chapter of GVP6, forming an integral part of this guidance. As part of this process, all E2BR3 fields were assessed to determine if the data was required to support the pharmacovigilance and safety monitoring obligations set out in EU legislation, and the relevant obligations placed on the agency, NCAs, and Pharmacovigilance Risk Assessment Committee were also taken into consideration. It's important to note that the Addendum 2 instructions do not change the current EV business rules, as there is no impact to the ICSR submission and the safety messages, and the EU ICSR implements a support guide the UICSR implementation guide does not require any changes and remains fully applicable. Some important notes. These instructions should be implemented as soon as possible and within a reasonable time frame. That time frame should be documented by the senders as part of the internal procedures to demonstrate when and how this will be achieved. And they do apply to all cases, i.e. ICSRs, including literature and non-EA, and SUSARs. Within the Addendum 2, 3 main sections can be clearly seen. The data elements to be left blank, the ones that are to be masked, and the ones that may contain or not personal data and are required for PV processes. Starting with the data elements that are to be left blank, those are related exclusively to the center section, and because those fields do not support the use of no flavors, the senders of the cases should leave those fields blank. For the data elements that are to be masked, those 13 elements refer to the reporter section, 9 fields, 3 fields for the patient section, and 1 field for the parent section. And they are not required for signal management, duplicate detection, or ICSR processing, considering that they do support the use of the mask no flavor. Whenever the senders have that information, they should use the mask no flavor when doing the submissions to EudraVigilance. So for the other fields, they may contain or not personal identifiers or quasi-identifiers, and in any case they are required for signal management, duplicate detection, and ICSR processing. So whenever available to the sender organization, they should not be masked nor left blank. Some notable examples include the reporter's state or province, the literature reference, patient-related fields such as initials, sex or date of birth, and the parent, like the sex of the parent. So does the masking guideline contradict GVP6 and the UICSR implementation guide? Not really. The implementation guide acknowledges that for certain data elements, the use of the mask no flavor can be appropriate. However, the agency would like to highlight that GVP6 was last revised in 2017, and the latest version of the implementation guide dates back to 2021. And despite the EU GDPR being published in 2016 and becoming effective in 2018, there was no agreed common masking policy amongst the EU member states. So the data masking policy published this year supersedes older guidance. Naturally, clarifications will be made where required when GVP6 and the implementation guide are next reviewed. So talking about EVM implementation, changes are being made by the agency and will be implemented before the end of the year. Legacy data in the EudraVigilance will be updated accordingly. So for the center section, we can see that once the changes are deployed, the relevant fields will be concealed and no data will be displayed. It's important to note that where the sender failed to erase the data, the system will do it on their behalf, and this applies also to case sent with the EVOP tool, as the users cannot erase that data because the system automatically links the data to the user logged in. So for the fields that are to be masked, this is how the system will behave. So any field that is populated with a value other than no flavor, the system will apply the mask no flavor. And if this sender fails to mask the data, the system then will apply the mask no flavor accordingly. Here is another example for the reporter section. And like I mentioned, the change is only made for fields that contain a value other than a no flavor. So if it contains a different no flavor or is blank, no changes will be made by the EV system. Now, focusing a bit on the ICSR download API, Tom briefly mentioned this in the previous section, but what is an API and how does it work? An API, or application programming interface, it's a set of rules that enables software applications to communicate with each other and to exchange data. Think, for example, of maps APIs that are used to display maps, calculate routes, or find nearby places. Payment APIs that allows e-commerce websites to process credit card details or other payment methods securely. Messaging APIs that allow users to use applications to send text messages or make voice calls. And weather APIs that are used to display real-time weather-related data on websites or applications. As an API, there is only the required amount of data that is exchanged to execute a specific function. Therefore, data that is not required is not exchanged, and this helps to secure the system by preserving its integrity. So why there is a need for an ICSR download API? As you know, marketing authorization holders are required to monitor the data in EV and to use the reports to enrich and supplement their own databases so as to fulfill the RPV obligations. Access to those reports in EV is made via the ICSR download section of EV Web, and the access is made in accordance to the agency's EudraVigilance access policy, as it helps to protect data by ensuring that only the relevant organizations can access the data they are supposed to get access to. This entails the manual download of ICSRs, which can be a bit time-consuming. So the agency started working on EV APIs, one for MLM and one for L2A ICSRs. Different types of APIs exist. Of interest, the REST, representational state transfer, or RESTful APIs. And how do they work? So the client sends a request to the server by following the API documentation in a format that the server can understand. Next, the client authenticates the requests and confirms that the client has the rights to make that request. If validated, then the server starts processing the request, and if successful, then the results are returned to the client with the required information. So the agency is working on the EV APIs, and should everything be successful, we'll start with a small pilot with a few organizations and then extend this to more organizations. The next and last topic is the additional values for the study type and patient sex. As you saw in the morning, following the E2D publications of the revision 1, 3 additional values were approved that supplement the study type where the reaction or events were observed. Those 3 values are 4, 5, and 6, and complement the values 1 for clinical trials, 2 for individual patient use, and 3 for other studies. So the values are 4 for patient support program, 5 for market research program, and 6 for organized data collection systems with source data from digital platforms. It is important to note that if senders, they do have reporting requirements outside of the EU for regulators who are using the R2 format, the values 4, 5, and 6 should be mapped to value 3. Lastly, regarding the patient sex, it's common knowledge that a number of EA member states have rules forbidding sex or gender discrimination. And in the past, the Pharmacovigilance business team and the Pharmacovigilance Risk Assessment Committee have already endorsed proposals for discussing extending the code list for the E2B field D5 to include intersex. So the agency is currently seeking EA member state approval to add a value reflecting intersex as a regional variation for these fields. And that's it. Thank you.
Many thanks, Joao. So we can open the floor to questions. Let me just check if there is any question first in the room. I don't see any. So let's see Slido then. So I will start with this one. Will it be possible in the future to manage development product in PMS? Will it be possible to do, sorry, the questions are swooping, to do bulk updates in PMS in the same way as in the extended EudraVigilance medicinal product dictionary, for example, in case of QPPV change? Madam Anna.
two questions, but I think I can take both. So yes, that's the plan. So by replacing XCVMPD, the plan is indeed to take over the development products, both as data and as the functionality to submit products in still in an ISO IDMP compliant format, but obviously with a minimum set of information as it is today, more or less in XCVMPD. So yes, that's the future. That's the wish to move development products also in PMS for submission and data. Bulk updates, yes, as far as I know, there are on the plan of PMS, and then they're actually, I think, in the works as we speak, as they're also aware that this is a need from the stakeholders to be able to update in bulk products as it is today the case for QPPV. I think they're doing also for package submission where there's a need to submit data in to more products in the same submission. So the answer would be yes for both. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Then we have a question probably for Tom. As per GVP 6 Annex 2, the rapporteur name should be anonymized. Does this also apply to literature articles authors which are publicly available?
Yes. You shouldn't anonymize the name in the literature reference. It's quite specifically entered that it should only be in the reporter name field. If all reporters' names are anonymized, then there's no benefit in having the reporter's name in the reporter name field. So you may as well anonymize it there as well. It was only useful to be able to compare reporter names using a duplicate detection algorithm. Without the non-literature reporter name, even though it's the same person, to compare it against, then it's not useful. But please don't anonymize it in the literature reference.
Thank you, Tom. There is another question. I'm not 100% sure of the answer, so maybe someone in the panel can help me. Were all the NCAs in the EU consulted on the EV data masking guideline, and did they all agree with the proposed changes?
Yeah, I can do that one. But they're joint controllers. So the Commission, along with the EMA and all member states, are joint controllers and have to protect the data in EudraVigilance. So they're all part of the discussion and were consulted on the masking policy before it was adopted and in the process of being implemented. So yes, everyone should be aware and they were consulted.
Thank you, Nick. When the new API for EudraVigilance download can be expected to be available?
That is currently under development, so I cannot confirm that at the moment. However, should all go well soon. But the agency will communicate in due time, letting stakeholders know of the changes and how it is being progressed. So the agency will communicate in due time.
We have, when reporting via EV Web, we notice the sender's name is included and grey out, so the field cannot be emptied. We assume that this information is retrieved from the EMEA account because the uploaded XML file does not include this information.
So if your abusers, in fact, they cannot remove the data from the sender section because the data is automatically extracted by the system based on the credentials of the user when doing the login. However, when the case is submitted either with the EudraVigilance or with the EudraPost function, the EV parsers will not extract the data that the EV system is not supposed to collect. So rest assured that the system going forward, once the changes are implemented, will not keep the data that is not supposed to be kept in the EudraVigilance system. Thank you.
For EudraVigilance, what will be the role of spontaneous data for signal detection and evaluation in a world of real-world evidence?
Okay, thanks for the question. It's not spontaneous reports or real-world evidence. I think that's not the question. The reality is spontaneous reports and real-world evidence. I mean, spontaneous reports remain an extremely important source of detecting new potential safety issues. We've seen that through the years. I mean, in the signals detected by the EU network, a very large proportion, I think about 2/3, certainly the ones from the EMA, continue through the years to be driven by spontaneous reports. During the pandemic, this is an extreme example, but we've heard that voices before. Our spontaneous reports, not something from the past. During the pandemic, I would say, if not probably close to 100% of known new safety issues were detected through spontaneous reports, because it was a huge volume of information coming very quickly. And it's not that studies were not important. They were important when they came a little bit later to characterize the risk, but they were not fast enough in that circumstance. I think we do use a lot of real-world evidence. The Darwin network is now very well established and fully operational. So for a lot of the signal procedures and other procedures at FRAC, we would use real-world evidence as complementary source of information. Just looking at probably the main three areas of real-world evidence to support decision-making. Firstly, and importantly, is understanding the clinical context. The disease epidemiology, the clinical management and drug utilization. I think that's the first part. And then we have to support planning and validities of studies. That's the second one. And then investigating association and impact, effectiveness and safety studies, because real-world evidence does not only serve pharmacovigilance, but other parts of the life cycle. And then importantly, probably the last I'll mention, the impact of regulatory actions. So thank you. I think it's an important question. Spontaneous reports will continue to be really important and key source of information for new safety issues. But as we mentioned the prediction earlier, we need to make them smarter, and maybe digitalization, certainly digitalization and AI are an opportunity where we can make reporting smarter. Thank you, Paolo.
Thank you, Georgi. I will take the last question, cautious of time, because a lot of people are starting to disconnect. Will not masked personal data be anonymized in order to share the case with other NCAs? What should be do if the same case should be sent to a partner?
So that's a complex question, and it depends on where the partner is. The data in EV is the organization sending that the ICSR-CV should comply with the provisions of the Addendum 2 when sending data and making the required changes. Furthermore, it's important to note that if they do have reporting requirements outside of the EU or EEA, they have to comply with the provisions of Article 45 and 46 of the GDPR that touches on the transfer tools and the advocacy decisions of the Commission. So just because you have reporting requirements outside of the EU does not mean that you can transfer the data unredacted to the partner, to the third country, especially if there are no safeguards that ensure the protection of the data. So read GDPR, especially Articles 45 and 46, and query with your data protection officer, and if required, send a query to your data protection authority in the EEA. Thank you.
Thank you, Joao. I think that we are closing here for this session, so I will pass to Georgi for the closing remarks.
Okay, I promise to try to be brief because it's the end of a very long day. So I just want to say, I think it came out as a very coherent program with a lot of relevant content. We talked about legislative changes, the new implementing regulation with very active participation, a lot of questions. So hopefully many aspects were clarified. Linked to that signal management process, really helpful presentations, both in terms of tips and tricks from industry colleagues in terms of prioritizing safety monitoring and also support for the PRAC procedures, so those are streamlined. We talked about international guidance and a number of those, ICH, E2D, E2B, SciUMS, importantly, the new report on AI in pharmacovigilance, ISO IDMP, and then also very helpful insights from inspector colleagues. And broadly, very nice session on methodology and use of AI. So I'll stop here on the content. I really want to thank many. So first, the colleagues that help organize this event, and I will not name all, but I really want to mention Anna, who helped with the program and the whole organization, Monica and Gosha, just behind me, absolutely stellar and smooth running of this meeting. Excellent session chairs. Some of them are here, some I have left. Speakers, really clear, and then thank you for sticking to the time. Concise, informative, helpful presentations. And then the audience, really engaged, which is what we wanted to see. And let me just give you some statistics, and they're a little bit preliminary, but online we had more than 460 participants. In the room we have 25 colleagues from national competent authorities. And then we have as well the broadcast, and I think, well, maybe an hour ago, so we had about 200 people listening. So that's a huge number. It's really delighted to see that reach 700 plus people maintaining attention for a full day. I think that's really, really good. A quick word on feedback. It's a very short survey that we would appreciate very much if you fill in. Take the time. I think I was told it takes about 3 minutes to fill it in. You see the QR code there. So that's where the first opportunity for you to help us make that, I believe, very well organized event even better organized if that's possible at all next time. And then you will receive an email, last thing I say, you will receive an email after this meeting, which will also give you, at this meeting, this workshop, that will give you also an opportunity to fill in the, to fill in your feedback. With that, I'll stop, and I would like to pass to my dear co-chair and co-organizer, and actually in the lead of organization, Paolo, if there's anything to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Gorgi. Just a couple of points. First of all, after the event, meaning in a couple of weeks, I guess from now, we are going to publish a summary report of this event, capturing the key messages, key takeaway, key aspects that have been arising during the discussion. And we are going to publish that with the slides that have been presented today and with the recording as well. Next year, we are going to do most likely the second EV stakeholder forum, probably around October, because I've been told that November is too busy. So probably we are going to try in October. So try to follow the development of the news on the EMEA webpage. And also, if you want to be kept informed, many of us, myself, Georgi, and other colleagues are publishing info news on LinkedIn. So feel free to follow there as well. And I think that's it. I will just join Georgi in thanking everybody that contributed.